Alrighty, everyone, welcome back to another live stream here on the channel. Hopefully everyone is having a great Saturday so far. Let's see what we got here in the chat today. We have Caleb, we have King Bob, we have Jake, as well as Tornadic Rebel. King Bob, once again, I've said you twice. Johnny, Proxy, Twilight, go down a little bit more. Pain in here as well. And Media and everyone else who I may have forgotten to welcome in the chat, or if you are just watching and not chatting, glad to have you here for another stream. All right, let's go switch on over to our main scene. Everything looks good enough here. So yeah, hopefully everyone, like I said, hopefully you're having a great Saturday. We've got a lot of severe weather to talk about. Today is definitely a long duration event. I don't know if it's going to be worth staying here the entire well, definitely not the entire event. This event is going to be ongoing all the way until probably about 6 a.m. tomorrow morning Eastern time. So a very, very long duration event. We had severe warnings as early as about 10:30, 11 a.m. Eastern, to very early this morning. And those have been kind of off and on over the last couple hours here. So yeah, very active out there. A huge severe thunderstorm watch in effect all the way from central Missouri down through southeast Oklahoma, southwest Arkansas. Ginormous slight risk for severe weather. Only one severe thunderstorm warning in effect at the moment, way up there in central Missouri. Marginal risk goes all the way up there into Michigan and Ohio. So very large area for severe weather today. Huge area under the gun for severe storms. Go ahead and make sure I got everything else set up here. There we go. So yeah, let's go ahead and quickly, I just want to check on our thunderstorms up here. We're watching some vorticity signatures up here, a convergence area just to the northwest of Fort Smith, Arkansas. So we're watching that. That is in between Bunch all the way down to Fort Smith, Arkansas. So there's a little area, quite a large area of velocity couplets right there. And if we switch back to our reflectivity, you can kind of see this bowing that is occurring here. And so what that's allowing for is damaging winds on the tail end of it right in here. And then we get some southerly, southeasterly wind speeds to go up and around like this. And that helps to create a signature of inflow into this northern portion of our kind of Boeing segment here. So that's where these reds are. This is all inflow going away from the radar, but into the storms. And then greens are winds going towards the radar, but in this case, away from the storm. So little confusing there. But always recognize where your radar is. And again, our radar is down here in Fort Smith. You can see that little red dot. That's your radar site right there. So just some weak little couplets we're going to keep an eye on here. And these can spin up tornadoes very, very, very rapidly. Today is not the day where we're going to have long-lived, strong, violent tornadoes or anything like that. There's going to be multiple weak spin-up tornadoes, and many of which are going to go completely unwarned and probably undetected by radar. So you need to be hyper weather aware for the entirety of today. As long as you're in the risk for that severe weather, you need to be keeping a very close eye on this cold front as it pushes through Arkansas. It's getting through eastern Oklahoma right now, and it's going to be pushing through the entire state of Arkansas under the gun for severe weather for the rest of the day. So I definitely want to watch very closely on these little signatures to see if we can kind of spot anything developing before it actually does develop. We've had a few little CC drops that are, a little skeptical here and there, but none of them have looked like tornado debris signatures, at least from what I've seen. I've been watching the radar for the last 40 minutes or so for these little signatures up here, and really haven't seen anything definitive in terms of a tornado developing. We are going to be watching for some prefrontals today. I do want to go ahead and show you why that is happening. We have a little bit stronger than anticipated shortwave trough here, stronger than what I anticipated. Now, pretty much right on board with what the SPC was anticipating, but stronger than what I was anticipating for today. Let me go ahead and show you this. So here's our 500 millibar wind speeds. We've got this ginormous trough here across a very large chunk of the U.S., a huge chunk of the U.S. And we've got kind of a neutral tilt to our overall trough here. And you'll see there's a little shortwave right there. And that's the little shortwave. That's the little guy that's going to be helping to increase ascent out in front of this larger neutral tilt trough ejection here. And so that little tiny shortwave right in there, that's what's going to help with our potential for some discrete storms there. And you can see pretty good southerly winds here. Kind of southwesterly almost, southern southwesterly wind speeds out in like this. So that's allowing for a very ample amount of moisture and instability, especially for this time of year, to be in place across Missouri and Arkansas. So decent environment for damaging winds, but a pretty poor environment for tornadoes. This is supercell composite here, and you can see we've got this large area of low-end tornado potential. None of this is high-end tornado potential by any means, just a large area with a little bit of wind shear and some kind of decent instability. So not looking at a strong tornado threat today, nothing too over the top. Just a large area under the gun for damaging winds, a couple spin-up tornadoes, very brief spin-up weak tornadoes, and some isolated large hail can't be ruled out. We're looking at maybe 1 to 2 inch in diameter hail. Really, hail is not much of an issue because these storms are going to be very much linear. Any storms that will be discrete will have that greater hail threat with them. Welcome, Grumpy Grandpa, Kaylee. Glad to see you in here as well. Just a heads up, I might be drinking more water than normal because my throat's still a bit scratchy from the virus I picked up a couple days ago. Let's see. Do you think there could be a strong tornado? I highly, highly doubt it. I do not anticipate a strong tornado threat today. Thomas Brown, I'm in the level 1. Am I going to be hit badly? Likely not. Likely not. Marginal risk is nothing to really stress over. That's some isolated 50, 60 mile an hour wind gust. Could get there's a chance for a spin-up tornado somewhere in that marginal risk area. The chance that it's over your area is very, very low. I'm kind of on the end of my sickness, so it's not enough to put me down at the moment. So I'm good enough to be able to stream. So yeah, just a lot of special weather statements here. Like I said, only one severe. That's back up here. 1 inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds. Back up here towards central Missouri. This is just to the northeast of Stockton, which is in southwest Missouri. So not really where we were anticipating severe weather today, barely in that marginal risk area, and actually outside the severe thunderstorm watch. So a little weird to see it that far north, but we could see some isolated damaging winds up in this area, but likely most of our severe weather is going to be sticking to Missouri, southern Missouri, most of Arkansas, and especially into northeast Texas, northern Louisiana, and a good chunk of Mississippi. a large area under the gun for severe weather. I think the main area for severe weather today is going to be out in here. That's really the main area for today. Especially more to the southeast, I think we could see some overnight tornadoes out there in Mississippi. Y'all are talking about a MCD here. I don't know if that is a new MCD, perhaps. Yes, it is. 80% chance for a severe or tornado watch. A watch will likely be needed, and that is going to be in northeast Texas. So that is down in here. Let's see. Yeah, perfect little radar hole right here. So that's where we got our new mesoscale discussion at. So that's actually a decent chance for tornadoes there. So these are a little bit of some just beam supercells here. And the main threat here is actually tornadoes. The tornado threat is actually the highest. So tornadoes is the #1 issue, followed by damaging winds, followed by large hail. So that goes from where the line is now, which is pretty much over Dallas. So generally right in here is where that main tornado threat has been outlined from the SPC for the potential of either a severe or tornado watch. And honestly, I don't really see the need for a tornado watch here, to be honest with you. If we go back to our meso analysis, we go down to southern Texas, supercell composite. I mean, you could see we've got a large area of low-end tornado ingredients, but the wind shear is very much lacklustering out here. We're looking at only 50 0 to 1 kilometer SRH, and even as we get even later in the day, as that shortwave ejects further to the east, we still don't surpass but about 50 to 100 0 to 1 kilometer SRH. So a lot of these storms, even if they are low-topped, they're not going to have the best chance to be spinning. So I don't see the need for a tornado watch, in my opinion. But obviously, that my opinion don't matter when it comes to SPC. That's up to them. Also, very lacklustering in the lower level lapse rates. That means these storms are going to take a couple hours to get going. They're not going to go from 0 to 100 like a dry line. It might be another 3 hours before we even start to see many severe storms start to be issued out here. That's if things even really get going. Yeah, about 4 or 5 o'clock. That's about 2 to 3 hours Eastern time. 4 to 5 o'clock. So I think the main threat will be damaging winds. Now, you see that little tiny line right there. That little line right there, that could carry some isolated damaging winds with it as it moves up to the northeast. But talking tornado-wise here, these little prefrontals out here, probably not going to do a whole lot. Let's see. You do got clearing that's working for them, so I mean, this is probably a better environment than Central Arkansas. Yeah, those far northern ones, we'll have to watch out for that. Kind of the ones closest to the line could have some better ascent, some better forcing as that line approaches. That line can kind of ignite thunderstorms more in front, but it looks like these are just sloppy, so we'll have to watch out for a brief spin-up tornado out here, but that's the same thing we're watching for across the entire state of Arkansas, much of southern Missouri, western Kentucky, Tennessee, much of Mississippi, northern Louisiana. So, I mean, I don't think it's much higher potential than what we have across Arkansas. Hello, Ben. Glad to see you in here. Sam, glad to see you in here. Girl Dev, haven't seen you in a while. Glad to see you in here. Let's see if there's anyone else here. I feel like this was an overhyped system for at least the main part of the threat. Yeah, definitely overhyped, even on my end a little bit. I would admit that too. I hyped it up a little bit, but I mean, honestly, this is a low end event right now. I mean, the SPC, this is a big 5%, y'all. This is a big 5%. It's not often you see that large of a 5% without a 10% or a 10 hatched being introduced. So, I mean, we hyped it up quite a bit, but the SPC here, they've got a huge 5% with a giant 2% tornado risk. But honestly, the environment doesn't seem much supportive for tornadoes today. outside of a couple, maybe a brief spin up tornado or two with the QLCS, and then maybe a discrete storm or two could produce another brief tornado or two, and then Mississippi overnight could produce a brief tornado or two, but it's going to be very spaced out. You know, we could have a QLCS tornado up here, a discrete storm could produce a brief tornado over here, and then a brief tornado or two overnight in Mississippi. Very spaced out. It's not like a focused area for tornado potential today. It's a very large area under the gun for a spin-up tornado or two. I think the 5% torque should shrink. I think it should be completely poof. I don't think that today should be a 5%, honestly. I really don't think so. I was talking to one of my friends in DMs earlier today, and I mentioned maybe on the warm frontal zone up here and possibly across the overnight threat in Mississippi. But even then, the warm front zone here you could see is being overconvected to death, and overnight in Mississippi there could be a lacklustering and instability. So, still, I don't think either one of those are 5% worthy. So really, I don't see the need for a 5% today. But that's just my opinion. Stop circling me. Gotta love it. Yeah, just keep an eye on things. I mean, today's not a high-end event. It is not a high-end event. It's really not a high-end event. I'm just wording what the SPC's wording today, which is a couple tornadoes possible, 60, 70 mile an hour winds, and 1.5 to 2 inch hail being possible. But honestly, we'll be pretty unlucky if we even get those hazards. I think we could get a gust up to 70 somewhere. I think we could get a hailstone up to 2 inch somewhere if we get a discrete storm. And then, like I said, a lot of our tornadoes are going to be very weak and brief. I don't really expect a whole lot today. Mountain View, Missouri. Let's see. Mountain View. I'm going to go to Radar Mega because that seems to find it better. There we go. Yeah, so you're in a severe thunderstorm watch, southern Missouri. Southern Missouri there, so definitely be weather aware. You could get gusts up to about 60 miles per hour. 1 inch hail and a brief tornado will all be possible. The timing is later on in the day, probably about 5 p.m. Central. That's what you're looking at. About 3 hours from now. But a lot of people today are just going to be getting frequent lightning and some heavy rain. Oh, look at that. 60 mile an hour winds. Storm chaser on the north side reported power flashes and brief loss of power. Also estimated thunderstorm wind gusts of 58 to 60 miles per hour. That was just 13 minutes ago. So, you know what I'm going to do? When I hear power flash, I immediately think tornado. So I'm going to go back and see exactly where that is. Definitely where one of our little signatures was located for velocities there. I doubt it was a tornado because that's very weak velocities. So probably just thunderstorm wind gust there's right in that area. Yeah, so that's 60 mile an hour winds. First wind report of the day, at least pretty sure. I didn't see anything else. Yep, first wind report of the day. We did get a hail report, 1 inch in diameter hail in south central Missouri. 1531Z. Gracious, that was it's like 2.5 hours ago. That was a while ago. That was with one of our very early severe storms. Yeah, you need to be weather aware. Yeah, even though I'm kind of downplaying what the SPC is saying because they have such a large 5% today and I don't agree with it, you need to be weather aware. Severe thunderstorm warning there. That's our first severe warning in Texas. We just lost our severe warning up there in Missouri, so for maybe a second we were severe warning list, but we just got a new one out here in Texas for 1 inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds for about the next hour or so. Should be for the next 56 minutes. Aha, 56 minutes. Look at that. Nailed it. Yeah, so that's our first severe for our southern event. we kind of have three different events today. We have our southern event down here with some semi-discrete storms, and then eventually that will congeal into a line for an overnight QLCS event in Mississippi. We then have a QLCS line of damaging winds moving through Arkansas, and then we have a warm front event up here. So kind of like three different events, and all of them are pretty low end. And because of that, you could see the warm front event has that big 5% up there in Missouri and Kentucky. And then the overnight event in Mississippi, you could see that expansion of the 5% right in there for that. And then the huge 5% for any discrete storms or anything that comes from our line. The good news is our line seems to be primarily weak, to be honest with you. Your line is substantially weaker, in my opinion, substantially weaker than forecasted. We've got 2,000 instability out here, and our downdraft instability, I think, is at about 700 to 800, which is sufficient, but definitely not great. It's sufficient for 60 mile an hour winds. Yeah, 700 to 800 downdraft instability with 1,500 to 2,000 surface-based instability, and mixed layer instability at 1,500. So you're pretty good on the kinematic department here, or thermodynamic department rather. Your instability is really good. Your downdraft's good. Your lapse rates aren't good, but honestly, really that shouldn't matter too much for a line. A little surprised with that. So your lapse rates might be kind of holding that back today. What about Shreveport? So you're in the 5% tornado risk. Really, Shreveport's going to need to be watching these little kind of bean storms over here. These bean storms from the Gulf moisture that push up to the north-northeast. They could produce 60 mile an hour winds, 1-inch hail, and a spin-up tornado or two. The main timing for that is probably about 5 p.m. Central. So about, I'd say 3 to 4 hours from now will be your main event out there. But the good news is, like, the best environment is definitely displaced here. So if we take a look, I don't know if we're able to. I honestly haven't used much of WeatherWise's model runs. I've been kind of slacking, I'm not going to lie. So this is Supercell Composite on WeatherWise here. Definitely I need a different color table for that. I ain't going to lie. But you could see how once we get to 5 p.m., the best environment, the darker greens, it's a bit difficult to tell, but the darker greens are kind of back in here. So they're closer to the cold front. So the best environment will be staying with the cold front, not with the discrete storms in front. Ooh, that's a good color table for instability. So that shows your cape. And you can see that instability is definitely highest along the cold front. So those discrete storms coming from the Gulf back out in here, they're not going to have the best environment to work with. And then if I show you, let's see, how far out can this thing go? Yeah, so this is the 15-minute HRRR run here. So this is for 3 p.m. I'll do local time. This is 2 p.m. local Central Time, which is, what, an hour from now? Yeah, hour from now. And then that's 4:30 right there. So that would be your greatest risk for severe weather. 4:30 Central. And you can see a couple of those discrete storms starting to push up to the northeast. And then they begin to move closer to central northern Louisiana. And there's actually, that's quite a bit of activity for the cold front. This is going towards 7 o'clock. That's definitely some pretty strong storms there. So 2 rounds for you. 2 rounds for you. The prefrontals there, close to about 4:30 local. And then your cold front, about 7 o'clock local. Yeah, and that cold front would definitely have a better opportunity for sure damaging winds, at least damaging winds. It actually doesn't look that bad out here for severe weather, honestly. This might end up being the main event down here in Louisiana, southern Arkansas. based on what I'm seeing here. Take you over to College of DuPage real quick to show you what I'm seeing. So if we go ahead and go back here, so this is generally what the radar looks like about right now in between these two frames. Very sloppy. And then you can see once we get to about 7 o'clock Eastern, 6 p.m. Central, you really start to get strengthening in this portion here. A lot of strengthening in central southern Arkansas, northeast, far northeast Texas, northwest Louisiana. And then even those prefrontals, they're messy, but even those try to strengthen a bit. But there's just a lot of storms. And look at this sunset here. Sunset about 7:30, 8 o'clock Central Time. Really good environment portrayed there by the HRRR. Really good lower level wind shear up to about 250. About 350, 0 to 3 kilometer. And then you do have a capping, but that shouldn't be much of an issue with your cold front coming in. So you're looking at about 2,000 instability there. So that portrays a much better environment. Very moist environment. No issues with temperature dew point spreads right there. So, yeah, and if this actually does come to fruition here, I wouldn't rule out a strong tornado with those prefrontals. Specifically, like if we got something like that, that's a prefrontal directly in front of a cold front, which means that would have more forcing behind it, better ascent for it, and help it strengthen quicker, even if you do have a lacklustering amount of lapse rates in thermodynamics. Main threat would definitely be 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, 1-inch hail, but I wouldn't rule out a couple tornadoes, maybe even a strong one, especially if we get the discrete storms like the HRRR is portraying. Has this been consistent and I've just been blind? No, you can see there's a 16Z HRRR, and that's pretty much just a line. 15Z HRRR substantially weaker, despite a pretty potent environment, honestly. So, yeah, that's definitely something to watch. This area right in here might end up being the main event today. Very late too, very late. You know, starting to pop off about 7 o'clock my time, Eastern time, 7 p.m. Eastern, all the way till this is about 4, 5 a.m. I believe. Let's see, midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. Yep, 4, 5 a.m. So literally from 7 Eastern till about 5 a.m. Just take an hour off in Central Time. And that's probably when the lower level jet really starts to kick in too. Look at that squall line over Kentucky and Tennessee right there. That's a much stronger squall line in that area as well. A lot less instability, but probably still 50, 60 mile an hour winds right there. Not anything too crazy. Yeah, so keep an eye out in and around Shreveport, Louisiana. This area right in here. That area seems to be the hot spot on the HRRR. And that's in between 6 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Central, all the way till about 11 p.m. Central. I do want to mention briefly for the people in the Mid-Atlantic here, this often a setup like this is an overperforming risk here in the Mid-Atlantic. You can see we're going to be getting a squall line out here. This is 7 o'clock Eastern tomorrow. And this is a bit interesting because the HRRR doesn't really portray instability too well. So if we get an overperforming amount of instability tomorrow, like we normally do, I would not rule out widespread 50 to 60 mile an hour winds across much of Pennsylvania through Virginia, North Carolina, all the way back up into almost New York. So if you are in that area, I'd be watching just about the far west side, West Virginia, Western Virginia, about 4 p.m. Eastern. And then once you get very east into Eastern Pennsylvania, you're going to be overnight. Like we're talking 5 a.m. Monday morning, technically. I also do believe the SPC will add a 2% tornado risk for an overnight event up in here. You can see we get a pretty good amount of semi-discrete storms here embedded inside of a line and a pretty good environment. A pretty good environment. And the reason for that good environment, if we look at CAPE, it's like, well, okay, there's only like 500 CAPE. Nothing's going to happen. But the shear is going to be crazy. We are talking about upwards of 350 to 400 0 to 1 kilometer SRH and upwards of 500 0 to 3 kilometer SRH. And you might be saying, why in the world is the shear that high? Well, there you go. We are going to have a near perfect negatively tilted trough going into the overnight hours tomorrow night into Monday morning. A very mature positive, or rather negatively tilted. Did I say positive? I might have. Very mature negatively tilted trough here. Crazy negatively tilted trough. So you get a very high amount of wind shear on the northeast exit region. What is it called? I forgot what it's called. Front right, it might be. Front right exit region of the trough might be called that. And so that allows for a pretty high amount of wind shear. Very, very perfect trough there. So I'd be watching that area in eastern Pennsylvania, western New Jersey, northern Delaware. All right, let's go back over to our current radar here. Bowling Green, Kentucky will get hit. Let me go ahead and see. So Bowling Green, you're in that 2% tornado risk. I can tell you it's going to be overnight. Unfortunately, it's going to be overnight. And it looks like probably about 1 a.m., midnight, 1 a.m. Central Time. 50 to 60 mile-an-hour winds, half-inch to 1-inch hail, and a spin-up tornado will all be possible. Yeah, you're on the edge of that main risk. That main risk is literally like a county to your west. So you're right on the edge of it. Yeah, but right now we're just seeing a lot of special weather statements, which that is a step below a severe thunderstorm warning. So if you're in any of these blue boxes, which there's quite a few of them, you just want to be away from doors and windows and you'll be fine. Now, there is one severe thunderstorm warning down here in Texas. That's for Honey Grove, Greenville, northeast Texas. A lot of lightning, some small hail, and some gusty winds up to 60 miles per hour will be possible there over the next about 42 minutes or so. So definitely want to be away from doors and windows there. I'm looking at satellite here. I'm going to switch all over to it real quick. The date's probably going to be wrong on this. Oh, well... Let me just fix that real quick because it's going to be on my nerve. There you go. But yeah, I'm looking at satellite here. This is high resolution true color satellite imagery from College DuPage. And there's some overshooting tops right in here. Right in this area. You can, if you look very, very closely, you can see they're overshooting tops there. So there's your tornado watch, actually. Let's cut over to here. We just got our tornado watch. So tornado watch just got issued out here. Of course, a low-end tornado watch for the next 8 or so hours. That's across northeast Texas, southwest Arkansas, far southeastern Oklahoma, and northwest Louisiana. Did not expect that. Let's see... A couple tornadoes possible, ping-pong size tail possible, 75 mile-an-hour winds possible, 1.7 million people, 819 schools, and 83 hospitals in that tornado watch. And it is in effect until 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. local. This includes Shreveport, Louisiana, Lufkin, Texas, Jacksonville, Texas, Mount Pleasant, Texas, Texarkana, Texas / Arkansas, Hope, Arkansas, Magnolia, Arkansas, and Idabel, Oklahoma. So pretty small tornado watch, honestly. That's about a normal sized tornado watch right there. And it is a low end tornado watch. Now, it's not the lowest end tornado watch possible, but it is a low end tornado watch. The lowest end possible tornado watch is like a zero, what is it? Like a 0.2% for strong tornadoes, and then a 30% tornado prob. That's like the lowest tornado probabilities possible for a tornado watch. So this one is, I don't know what the strong tor prob is on it. Here, I'm going to go to this site that gets them early. Let's see. I got to find it. It's been a hot minute since I've looked for this. We haven't done coverage in a while. Let's see. You know, it might be out on the SPC site. Yep, it's out on the SPC site. 40-20 for tornadoes. So that's pretty low. That's a 40% chance of 2 or more tornadoes, and a 20% chance that one of them is EF2 plus. The highest threat with this is barely damaging winds, which is a 40-30. 40% chance of 10 or more 58 plus mile an hour wind events. 30% chance one of those is around 75 miles per hour. So there's a pretty high chance we see one tornado somewhere in this purple tornado watch. Like I said, it's not the best environment. Like, we could see a spin up tornado or two. So, but I'm a little surprised they actually pulled a tornado watch for it. Dang, it's already 2:21. Huh. I mean, looking at the 500 millibar, that ain't too bad. Hold on, let me stop that. Go over here. This is the new mesoanalysis. And that's not a bad shortwave. That is not a bad shortwave trough. Look at that. That looks like a negatively tilted shortwave trough right there. So that's going to increase your ascent in front. You can see these winds are very much pretty strong southwesterly winds here. Pretty strong southwesterly winds across Louisiana. So yeah, that's not horrible. Oh, there's a little speck of 8 supercell composite right there. I mean, it's not the worst environment. You're looking at your moisture's a bit lackluster in Shreveport. 64 dews right there. So if storms are too far out in front, your main line is right back in here. So storms are going to have to stay like right in this little window right in here as they push eastward. Did shear increase at all with that more negative tilt? Not really. I mean, we got a little pocket of 100 0 to 1 kilometer SRH, but it's favorable for a spin up tornado, but you want to see 150 plus, and this is 100. We'll just take a direct sounding real quick. You can see 105 right here. 105. So not the best. Not the best wind shear. For what's likely going to be low-topped supercells, that low-level wind shear is very crucial. That is really, really crucial. Lower-level jet, it's present, but it's not, like, shocking. I mean, 20 to 25 knots, like, it's there, but it's probably not going to be a big factor in this. Yeah. Definitely a more negative tilt to that trough axis. You can see that also because of this heightened contour right in here. That different contour. So that's a bit stronger wind speeds. I think that is, if I'm not mistaken, about 70 knots for your 500 millibar right there. So not bad. Like Ben said, I mean, we've seen better, but talking about a conditional 5% tornado risk, that's not bad. bulk shear is really good. If that bulk shear is really high, so that's definitely going to be able to contribute to maintaining storm development there. Lacklustering in 0 to 1 kilometers still, but I mean, with it being better in the mid to upper levels, that's going to help at least maintain some storms. That might contribute at least a little bit. Your lower level lapse rates, what in the world? I don't know if that is I don't know how that happened. How did we go from 6 to 8 that quickly? That might be another reason why they pulled the tornado watch right there, because those lower level lapse rates, they've really went up. I guess that's what clearing does for you, huh? But still, so much over convection here. That's definitely going to be what saves us from anything notable today. These storms are going to have a lot of issues because they're so close to each other. Let's see. I think VA will have a tornado risk tomorrow. Very low tornado risk. We probably won't get into a 2% tour, but you know, we'll have a chance for a spin up tornado tomorrow. In our area, like Roanoke down towards Martinsville, main time frame is going to be between 5 to like 7 or 5 to 8. Depends how fast that trough is. Hello, Pete. Glad to see you in here. Do you think Indiana will be out in tornado watch? I don't think you'll be in a tornado watch. No. I'm surprised we even got a tornado watch today anywhere. I don't think anyone else will be under a tornado watch today. There's a slim chance we could see a new tornado watch in Louisiana, Mississippi, and southeast Arkansas tonight. If the SPC is more confident in discrete storms forming, but that's a pretty low chance. Squall line's getting a little bit better organized back up here in southwest Missouri. You could see special weather statements out for 0.5 inch hail, 50 mile an hour winds, 0.25 inch hail, 50 mile an hour winds. So, gonna get a little gusty out there in southwest Missouri. Fort Smith is in a special weather statement, but honestly, not really gonna see much there. Just some lightning and maybe winds up to 30 mile an hour. That special weather statement's dropped in 2 minutes. Do I think St. Louis will get anything? It looks like the worst is going to stay barely south of St. Louis. You'll be getting a lot of rain today, a lot of rain. Your best chance for severe weather will be towards 6 p.m. Central. But even then, there's not a great chance for that. You're in the marginal. I think the worst will stay to y'all south. Wow, great squall line right here. Yeah, this is not a good squall line whatsoever. This thing is very, very disorganized, very messy squall line. Despite the decent amount of instability. So that's what also is not giving me good confidence in severe weather today. I mean, we are up to 3,000 instability in some spots, and we are still struggling to even get 60 mile an hour winds out of this. SPC did mention discrete storms in front of the line in their discussion. Yep. We could see some discrete storms in central Arkansas, northwest Louisiana, northeast Texas. More of this area right in here. And then also with confluence bands in southeast Mississippi. So there's a couple little areas for some discrete storms, but the problem is the environment's not going to be that favorable. You could have perfect discrete storms, and I mean, if your environment's not favorable for tornadoes, you're not going to be getting tornadoes. I think the best chance for tornadoes today is where they just issued that tornado watch. Especially in here. Especially in here. But it does depend a lot on how messy these storms are. What about central Indiana? I mean, you guys are just going to be getting a lot of heavy rain. A lot of heavy rain. There could be some wind gusts of 50 to 60 miles an hour. This is a warm front, so these storms pushing to the northeast could pose that threat. But the main threat will be actually overnight, towards about 11 p.m. midnight. 11 p.m. through about 2 a.m. It just depends how fast that line is. Let's go check. I do want to check these storms again, see if we got any signatures here. I'm not seeing anything concerning by any means. That little bow echo we had completely fell apart. You could see how before these storms hit Fort Smith, we had that little signature right here that we were watching. Right in there. We had that signature we were watching, and then once they passed Fort Smith, it just fell apart. These definitely went well more outflow dominant, even more than they already were. Tiny little beans getting going here. Southwest of Little Rock. West-southwest of Little Rock. Don't really anticipate them to do much, but we could see some 1-inch hail, 50, 60 mile an hour winds, maybe even a spin-up tornado out of them if they can really get going. But it looks like... Let me go over to Weatherize again. So our line is right here. That's on the Arkansas-Oklahoma border, and it is definitely ahead of schedule. Our line is definitely ahead of schedule. It wasn't expected to be at this area until 4 o'clock Eastern. 3:30, 4 o'clock Eastern, and it's here about an hour, maybe even an hour and a half early. So what that means is that's actually good. That's good. The reason why that's good is because that will give a shorter window for prefrontal storms here in Arkansas. Man. Some squall line this is, huh? Thank you for the $10 donation. Greatly appreciate that. You're welcome. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for that $10 donation again. Greatly appreciated. Let's see here. Yeah, so I mean these storms are decently spaced out right now. The problem is there's so many of them. That's the issue. There's so many storms that's creating storms are competing for the environment. They're literally competing for the environment. If we only had like, I don't know, 10 storms or something decently spaced out, that would be better for tornadoes, but I can't even tell you how many storms we have here. We have so many storms here, so many rain showers. So all those storms are competing for the same low wind environment that we have. But if you guys haven't already, make sure you hit that like button to help spread weather awareness with this live stream. It's greatly appreciated. Help get the word out before all these storms start to pop off, if they ever do. And if you're new, consider hitting that subscribe button. We cover most severe weather risks that are 5% or greater for a tornado risk. Every now and then we'll cover something lower, but most of the time our threshold is right around that 5% tornado risk mark. Especially in tornado season. We are in second tornado season, by the way. We are in October. October through, generally October through like early December, mid-December is your second season. Especially November. We have a very active jet stream pattern coming up here over the next 2 to 3 weeks. So we very well could see another, even a few 5%, 2 to 5% tornado risks over the next 2 to 3 weeks across the U.S. But none of them look great. I don't see any troughs that look like they'll have strong tornado potential. A lot of them look messy like what we are seeing today. It's been a very inactive period of weather. That is an understatement. That is a understatement. It has been very inactive. We had that nor'easter with some gusty winds across the East Coast earlier this week. I want to say it was earlier this week. Let's see. We had a random tropical storm in the main development region. So, I mean, we had little things here and there. That nor'easter was a pretty big thing, though. That's not common. Wish we had a closer radar sight. Little velocity right there. It's going to be impossible to tell if that's legit or not. We're very far. How far are we? We're scanning about 6,000 feet up, so... Yeah, those little signatures, though, that's the little signatures that could produce brief tornadoes today. New severe in Missouri. Sure is. 0.75-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds right there. Yep, you see that tiny little area of velocities, smallest little area of higher velocities there, capable of up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. So, Greenfield, Ash Grove, Willard, Pleasant Hope, Morrisville. Make sure you guys are all indoors, away from doors and windows. This is just northwest of Springfield in southwest Missouri. 60-mile-an-hour winds there. I would move this radar site up there, but honestly, I kind of want to watch that little guy in Hot Springs. If we can get some good merging happen with that. I mean, right now it seems like it's kind of breaking apart, but I mean, it's got a little bit of curvature to it. Tiny bit of curvature right there. So we'll have to watch that as it goes up towards Benton. What is that? Lonsdale. Just east of Fountain Lake, Central Arkansas. We'll need to keep an eye on that just in case. Like I said, not the best environment, but it could try to become tornadic. Really good southerly winds. So the best wind direction for tornadoes is southeasterly winds with a northeasterly movement from the storm. So if we go back to the radar, this storm is moving the correct direction. Northeast is the most favorable movement for tornadoes, and we've got southerly winds, which that's favorable. It's not the most favorable. Like I said, the most favorable is northeasterly movement with southeasterly winds like this. You'll hear it all the time. Chaser say southeasterlies. We have southeasterlies. There's southeasterlies. Southeasterlies are big for tornadoes. So we have southerly winds. Southerly winds with northeastern movement. And that is favorable. That's favorable direction for a tornado. If other environmental conditions favor it. Which, in this case, like I said, you don't have a lot of lower level wind shear, which is turning with height. Interesting. Go back one on that. 4-panel. It is a little decrease with ZDR. Switch over here, you can see it. Right there. Nope, it's still in the way. It's still in the way. Shrink it. So this product is velocity. That's your wind speeds. So you can see inflow. So our radar is in Springfield, which is to the southeast. So those are winds going like this. And you do have precipitation. That's your reflectivity. Little CC there. And then that ZDR isn't in perfect alignment. It is on the next scan. So that tiny little signature could actually be a tiny little tornado. It's impossible to say if it is or isn't. It's not a definitive signature to where I'm confident, but that could be, it could be leaves being lofted by a downburst, a microburst. It could be a tiny brief tornado, or it could simply be contamination. We have no idea. It's too small to say exactly what it is, but regardless, Everton, you need to be indoors, away from doors and windows, because there is a an area of heightened velocities, 60-mile-an-hour winds here, heading right to you. So Everton, Ashgrove, make sure you're indoors, away from doors and windows. You could take the precaution of being in your safe spot just in case, because these winds could come out of nowhere. And again, today is the type of day where you just get a random spin-up tornado out of nowhere. It's not Tor possible. It is Tor possible. Well, thank you. I actually didn't see that. They did indeed just Tor possible it. So it is a Tor possible. So I would recommend, if you're in Everton and Ashgrove, I would say get in your safe spot. Just in case that is a brief tornado. But again, we have no idea. It could be a microburst, which is just a very rapid microburst, is from a heavy amount of rainfall that causes outflow and causes damaging winds. And sometimes that can pick up debris and push it in the atmosphere. And then our radar scans that and it looks like a tornado. So this is a product called probability of tornado debris signature, and it has like a 70%. So the thing with this product is it's very, very, very all over the place. You really don't want to listen to it unless you have multiple scans and it's 100% you can verify that it's a tornado. So a little tiny pixel of 70%, that means really nothing here. But if it was a definitive tornado, you would see a ball of white. There would be a ball of white, meaning a 100% chance of a tornado. And you can see there's nothing there. And with this, by the way, this is corruption. You can see there's a ball of white right there, right? So, hey, it's a tornado. No, it's corruption. See how it doesn't move? That's corruption. That's because of your radar beam. So, radars are not perfect. These are all little things that you learn as you go into meteorology. These little things that are not perfect with radars, and models have it too. Models have bias, where they overmix things. There's too much moisture, and then by the time you get to day one, there's actually less moisture than what the model is saying. There's bias with model runs, and then radar's not perfect either. So, you just learn with time. But that was not a bad signature for a spin-up tornado there. It was very weak, but again, that's what you're going to see with QLCS tornadoes. So, like I said, could have been a microburst, could have been a brief tornado. Either way, it has damaging winds of 60 miles per hour, and now it is Tor possible. So, again, be indoors, away from doors and windows. Again, if you're in Everton, I'd recommend going to your safe spot, because you could get 60-mile-an-hour winds with this. You're right. That signature is right over you for 60-mile-an-hour winds there. Someone was asking a question here. Let me go up. Texarkana. That's what it was. Texarkana. So you're in the tornado watch. So what that means is conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes. So you need to stay weather aware. Make sure you have multiple ways to receive watches and warnings. Main time frame is now. Really right now, all the way until the cold front passes you at about 7 o'clock. So over about the next 4 hours or so, you need to be weather aware. That front is all the way back here in Dallas. So until that line in Dallas passes you, which will take about 4 hours, you need to be weather aware. Let's see. So in that area, Bella Vista, if I'm saying that right, Arkansas. So the worst rain is, you're about halfway through the worst rain. There's still heavy rainfall ongoing. So probably about an inch of rainfall has already fallen. Yeah, around an inch of rainfall has already fallen, and an additional inch of rain is possible over the next 2 hours. So, not enough to cause major flooding, maybe some isolated flash flooding, especially with poor drainage areas, but not enough to be a big flooding issue. So about an inch has already fallen, and you could see another inch of rain over the next hour or two. What did Caleb say? Oh, great, I lost it. Caleb said something in the chat. I lost it. I shouldn't have refreshed. Let's see. Oh, well, it's gone now. I have to retype it. Let me go back here again. Yeah, the CC's of course gone. Like I said, if it was a tornado, I mean, we're talking about a brief tornado. It ain't gonna be no long tracked tornado, that's for sure. There will be some isolated heavy rain overnight, so like you could pick up on a 1/10 of inch of rain about 9 o'clock tonight, but very minimal rain, and then it's clear all day tomorrow. What's the high tomorrow? Oof. Pretty chilly, man. It is pretty chilly. If you're going out in the morning, you're looking at high 40s, low 50s. And then if you're going in the afternoon, the high is only about mid to upper 50s. So a little chilly. See if there's any winds. Yeah, very light winds. 10-mile-per-hour gust. Maybe 1 to 3 mile an hour sustained winds. So very light winds. Not bad. Just like I said, a little bit on the chillier side. Yeah, there's no way to know, Ben, if that was a tornado. Like I said, I'm not confident in that being a tornado. The point being, though, is there was 60-mile-an-hour winds likely ongoing in that area. So either way there was severe weather happening, whether it had been a brief spin-up tornado or 60-mile-an-hour winds. Will that tornado watch get expanded eastward into southern Arkansas? Also, where can you look at Cape values, wind shear, etc.? So I use weather.cod, which is College of Dew page. That's what I use the most for all my model data. And as for the tornado watch, I wouldn't rule it out. I wouldn't rule out either a severe watch or a tornado watch being issued in this area. It depends on how we look tonight. I can tell you it's going to be a few hours before they make that decision. You probably won't be put under a watch until sometime after 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, maybe even later than that. Let me see. Generally, I look at, let's see, so that's the Eastern County right there. Yeah, so the earliest storm arrival is 6 o'clock Central Time, so the earliest you could get a tornado or severe watch is 6 o'clock Central. It's about 3.5 hours. I don't use Pivotal anymore, nope. Well, I do use it off of stream, but not on stream because they have restrictions. So I keep with College of Dew page. And plus, Pivotal changed their layout again on me, so College of Dew page, it's so much easier, and it's a very easy UI. It's a very easy UI. So I just don't. Radar Omega changed up their UI, so I don't, for outlooks and everything like that, I'm using Weatherwise now. And then Radar Omega, I do still use for radar coverage. I switch between Radar Omega and Weatherwise. Ooh. But my main analysis radar is always GR2 analysis. keeping an eye on two little signatures here. One up here in Han and one over here northwest of Y City, both in Arkansas. Both of those are in Arkansas. It depends what you're looking for in a radar. If you're looking for something that is that has free options and is a pretty good radar software, it weather-wise is #1 and it's not even close. So if you don't want to pay anything weather-wise on your browser or on the Play Store, App Store free, and you can get all the features I'm using right here in the app because I don't pay just yet for it. Plan to soon though. Weather-wise is by far the best. If you're looking for something with a bunch of bells and whistles that will put a hole in your wallet, you can do Radar Omega. But honestly, Radar Omega is kind of falling off still, and their new UI is just slop. Like this is just ew. I don't know why they did this. I don't know why they did this. They had it all organized before, and their new update was literally a downgrade. Now, if you're looking for something for radar analysis, getting to learn about radar and trying to figure out if there's tornadoes on the ground, and you're not like, you're not like just your everyday public user who wants to see the outlooks and wants to see the rainfall totals, and you're wanting to be more of an analysis person like I am, GR2. GR2 is by far #1. So that's why I'm using 3 softwares. I'm using 3 softwares because I use Radar Omega to switch between radars quickly. I use GR2 analysis to see if there's tornadoes, and I use WeatherWise for my outlooks. I use 3 radar softwares. And then for models, I mainly use College DuPage. Go back up here. Pleasant Hope tornado ongoing. Am I behind on scans or am I just blind? Pleasant Hope is up here. Oh, hey. Yeah, that's a tornado. Yes, that is likely a tornado. Yeah. Yeah, I'm confident. I'm pretty confident that is actually an unwarned tornado northwest of Pleasant Hope in southwest Missouri. If you are in Pleasant Hope, seek shelter immediately. Likely an unwarned tornado ongoing. So get in your safe spot now. That actually looks to be an unwarned tornado. Let me go ahead and screenshot that real quick. Give me just a moment to do this. So that's just north of Pleasant Hope, Missouri. We'll wait one more scan. Yeah, because that just came in on the newest scan. So we'll give it another scan before I definitively call it a tornado there. But likely a tornado ongoing northwest of Pleasant Hope in Missouri. All right, next scan should be in... Ooh, these are 3-minute scans. Ooh. Hey, better than Texas and its 5-minute scans, so... So yeah, this is going to continue to move off to the northeast, north of Pleasant Hope. I'm going to switch over to WeatherWise real quick to see if there's anything else up in this area. Yeah, so that's your little debris signature there in question, possibly a tornado. So yeah, moving up to the northeast, Rex, just south of halfway there. Let's see. I think that CC signature went... Did that go southeast? Did that go... Yeah, that definitely went southeast. Weird. Yeah, that went southeast there. Little weird trajectory for that. So that went very close. That's very close to Pleasant Hope right now. Come on. 3 seconds. Oh. There you go. Yeah. I mean, I'm not 100% sure, but that looks like a weak debris signature. Now you got to be careful here because we do have contamination right in here. So this is on the edge of contamination here. Right on the edge of contamination. So I don't think that deep CC drop, I don't believe that is the tornado. It was more clear last scan, so this is what I believe was the tornado. And it has to match up. So there's reflectivity, which is rain. There's velocity, which means there's winds going, in this case, into the storm and away from the storm. So there's a little area of spin. There is CC there, which means there's something's being lofted, likely in this case, debris. And then we also have spectrum width here, which is another way to confirm if there's winds present. Now, typically we look for a red or yellow ball on spectrum width, and this is just a blue ball, so that's not really 100% confirming that there's a tornado. And then ZDR, that's another product, so that is which way rain droplets are going. So you can see the lower ZDR value in here correlates with the possibility of rain going around a tornado. So you got to use all those products. If you just use one product, it's not useful. Like if you just use ZDR, yeah, you can't see if there's any tornado. If you just use velocities, you can't tell. You got to combine 4 or 5 products to be able to see if there's a tornado. It takes a lot of practice and a lot of studying and just trying to figure out if there's tornadoes. The hardest ones are definitely the weakest ones, like this one. This was a very weak signature, so it's not definitive. With the bigger tornadoes, like the violent ones you've heard of, those are huge, deep blue CC drops, and likely this tornado is gone. Most likely this is now lifted. Also, this is right on the edge, too. This is a tricky one. Because it's right on the edge of corruption. That first scan, this one right here, this one was pretty convincing. That's what really makes me think that was a tornado. Then the next two look more like corruptions, so it's hard. It is difficult. The weaker tornadoes are really difficult to see and spot, and that's what we're dealing with today. Weak little spin-up tornadoes that you can barely see on radar. So corruption is just anything in the atmosphere that the radar could be scanning that is not a tornado, or just interference with the radar. So literally things like birds, bats, clear air, which is simply just wind. Those things can corrupt your velocity, your correlation coefficient. Those things can corrupt your radar beam and, in a sense, make it harder to spot tornadoes and what's actually happening in the storm. Also, when you go further from the radar site too, the further you go, the higher up your beam goes. So right here, our radar is fairly close. That's actually a pretty clear beam. So for that first scan you saw, our beam, that was probably a tornado because your beam was scanning directly into that storm. There was no hail in here. If there's hail in a storm, that can contaminate your radar beam. There was no extra rain in here, so that was a really clear beam, which is probably why that looked very clear on radar. That first scan, you could see it pretty well there. Yeah, it's hard to spot. There's a lot of colors. There's a lot of colors. A lot of things can corrupt your radar. A lot of things can corrupt your radar, and that's what makes it very difficult. And that is why there's a lot of false alarms from the National Weather Service, and a lot of times people mistake corruption for tornadoes too. Even me, definitely me. But we try. And that one was fairly convincing. Is there still a severe warning, or did that just expire? All right, severe warning has expired. So no longer under a severe thunderstorm warning. We do want to keep an eye on these tiny little velocity couplets. There's another tiny little one right here, south of halfway south of Buffalo in southwestern Missouri. So we want to keep an eye on that for the potential of a brief spin-up tornado. Like I said, that's what we're dealing with today. Quick spin-up tornadoes that are hard to spot on radar. These are your prefrontal storms southwest of Little Rock. Not much curvature with this one anymore. You could see a little bit of curvature here, but not much. Yeah, so I've been studying weather for almost 5 years. Actually, almost 6 years at this point. Almost 6 years at this point. And I've been watching radar for with this program for like 4 years, and it's still hard to spot. And there's meteorologists out there that also struggle to spot debris signatures. All right, there's your new severe thunderstorm warning there. So new severe warning, I agree with that. And the reason why is you could see this bowing. See how this is bowing out like this? What that means is there's a lot of westerly winds pushing against the storm, causing that bowing out feature. And that means there is damaging winds right where that bow echo is kind of the sharpest. So see how this is not as sharp, this is not as sharp, and then right in the middle, right there, you got a pretty sharp bow echo. So that's where your main damaging wind potential will be. And velocities don't really correlate too well with that. You know, before we had these blue velocities correlating with it. And in this case, there's not a good amount of velocities correlating with damaging winds here. Is this TOR possible? Yep, TOR possible too. So this is a tornado possible tag, and the reason for that is probably this little area right in here. So you have winds. This is your radar site right here, by the way. It's just barely off your screen. So you have winds going towards the storm like this, away from the radar, towards the storm, and then winds going towards the radar, away from the storm. And so there's a little signature right in here. I don't think it's anything tornadic at the moment, but it could try to spin up in the future. And so if you're in this area, Fairgrove, Willard, at least be away from doors and windows. And honestly, you want to be close to that safe spot. If it gets rough, I would highly recommend going to your safe spot because, again, any tornadoes today, like we just saw, we likely just had an unwarned tornado. They're probably going to be unwarned because they're going to spin up so fast that the National Weather Service probably won't have enough time to warn them. Unless it's like a very easy signature. I mean, that signature literally lasted like 3 minutes there. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. That's not enough time for the National Weather Service to be able to see it and issue a warning. And by the time if they did end up issuing a warning, the tornado would have already lifted, most likely. Yeah, very sloppy out here. We have just some isolated, organized convection, mainly that storm north of Springfield. If we go back to Arkansas, again, watching those prefrontals just in case. What about the line? Little convergence signature right there. Oh, actually, that prefrontal's a little bit more impressive. Look at that. You could kind of see a miniature supercell right there. You know what? This could be bad here. Getting PTSD from this one. When you get a line like this, a line merging in with a prefrontal supercell often can merge with the line. That prefrontal merges into the line. And because that line is already, it's already intensified, it's already strong enough, it can hit that prefrontal and kind of boost it and give it a boost for inflow and allow for a lot stronger southeasterly wind speeds to get to the hook of the storm and thus increase the wind speeds. And we've seen that with a couple of violent tornadoes this year. Now, thankfully, we do not have such environment, but we could see a spin up tornado out of this cell merge right here, cell interaction, cell merge, as this line ends up hitting our supercell. That's something we are still studying. That's something meteorologists are still studying. It's not something that is very well known. I forgot his name. But there's someone who is Cameron Nixon? That sounds right. He's somebody who's really put a lot of research into the nudger theory. And he's researching very intensely how these lines and squall lines interact with supercells to enhance tornadogenesis. So it's not well known yet, but it's starting to become a more often occurrence to where we see tornadogenesis from a line impacting a supercell like this. And that's really good curvature, by the way. Even if there was no line here, this would definitely end up being a storm to watch for tornadic potential. But since there is a line there, we still need to watch it. Maybe even more than if it was all by itself. Because that line could perfectly merge with it. So watch out, Blue Ball, Harvey, Gravelly, Bluffton. All keep an eye on that storm. You don't have to take any action yet. You could take a precaution of just letting your family know, hey, there's a storm coming that is probably going to be pretty rough. 40, 50 mile an hour winds, half-inch hail, and a lot of heavy rain. I wouldn't be worrying about a tornado yet, but just know that this could be a favorable interaction for tornadogenesis. Let's see. Okay. Will it hit the end of Tennessee? Eastern Tennessee, no, but Western Tennessee is under the gun for 60 mile an hour winds. Springfield, Missouri, you are... The worst is to your north. The worst is definitely to your north here, but Springfield, heavy rainfall, 30 mile an hour winds in the next about 45 minutes. And this will be the worst, by the way. This will be the worst of the day. After this, there's going to be light rainfall left, but nothing too rough. Are you worried about Indianapolis? No. You're going to get some lightning, some heavy rain here in about an hour and a half. But the main event will be tonight. Probably about 11 o'clock, midnight local time. Give or take an hour, of course. And that could be 60 mile an hour winds, half-inch hail. Tornado threat is possible up there, but it is not. It's not the highest concern. Don't look at the 18Z HRRR. Well, that's going to be what I look at right now. Okay, so hotspot is Northeast Texas on that one. Northeast Texas, Northwest Louisiana. The HRRR often overdoes the intensity of convection. But I can tell you this, probably want to immediately discard the HRRR because it's too slow. It's too slow, and really, you don't want to be using that. You don't want to be using models when storms are underway, especially not when, we're starting to talk about tornadic storms now. Like, these are starting to become mature storms. Almost getting 2 couplets here. Look at that. Almost 2 weak couplets there. Hello, Rockets. Glad to see you in here. So these are the 2 areas we're watching. Mainly just this large area in here in western Arkansas. As this favorable cell interaction occurs between a strengthening line and a prefrontal supercell. Definitely could favor a tornado to develop here in the next 30 minutes or so. I don't see anything happening tornadic-wise with this storm on the northern side as well as north of Springfield, so we'll just need to monitor that over the next couple minutes or so to see if it weakens. I don't see a severe in Texas. One program says there is, the other says there isn't. So is there or is there not? Oh, is it? Oh, hey. My bad, I was looking at the wrong spot. Well, this is a weird spot. This is south of Fort Worth. This is behind the cold front, actually. A very weird spot for a severe storm. So just make sure you're away from doors and windows there in Crowley, Oak Grove, Mansfield in Texas, south of Fort Worth, which is crazy. Not where I expected a severe storm today. Not at this time. Yeah, also want to watch these storms here too. Just because they do have some winds. You could see those southerly winds right there next to some westerly winds. So you have winds going away from the radar and then winds going towards the radar. These are probably more southerly to southeasterly wind speeds here. So just want to watch for any interactions with this storm. A lot of lightning tells me that this storm is on a strengthening trend at the moment. Big Fork, Arkansas. That's gotten really strong. That probably needs a tornado warning. Honestly. That's gotten strong enough to where it could be producing a tornado in the next couple minutes here. Even as it merges with that line. It's merging with the line now, but honestly, right now it is capable of producing a tornado southwest of Blue Ball. Let me go check what Ben was talking about. Oh, okay, down here is what you're talking about. Yeah, little area of convergence. There's a lot of little areas to watch here, but definitely a concerning one southwest of Blue Ball, Arkansas. New MCD. Let's see. Yeah, that is a mesoscale discussion for northern Arkansas and southern Missouri. Let's see what that is. Oops, not that. Go to weatherwise. Go down to mesoscale discussions. It ain't popped up yet. So that just got issued. We're going to have to wait a minute or two for that to pop up. I turned 20 this year. I'm 20 right now. Let me go to here. This should get it the soonest. There you go. Intensifying thunderstorm activity accompanied by an increasing risk for severe weather is still probable through the late afternoon. 60 to 70 mile an hour winds and a tornado or two will be possible. Now, I can't read the full discussion just yet So they may end up having stronger wording in the discussion than what I just saw. I gotta find that site again where I got... Ooh, actually, I think I remember it. I think it's right here. Let's see. Yeah, this is it. I found the site again. All right, so this was issued at, 3:12, so 2 minutes ago. Further thunderstorm development and intensification is still probable through 4 to 5 p.m. Central Time. This may include isolated to widely scattered cells developing ahead of the main organizing line, accompanied with the risk of severe hail and a tornado or two, in addition to the increasing potential for a strong to severe wind gust. Wow, that is almost general thunderstorm wording right there. That is barely even marginal wording right there. So a strong, which is, I think a strong gust is 30 to 57 miles per hour. So a strong to severe wind gust and a tornado or two. Very weak wording right there. That is really weak. They do not mention a new severe watch, so the rest of Arkansas, you guys might not even be putting a watch later today. Ooh, what's this? Intensifying thunderstorm activity seems probable through 5-6 p.m. Eastern. It is possible that this may include isolated to widely scattered discrete thunderstorms, posing a better threat for a tornado or two, as well as severe hail, due to the enhancing and enlarging lower level photographs. Well, okay, that's why I confuse it. They say lower level photographs. They say level twice. Lower level photographs. Ooh. Yeah, watch these prefrontals. That is whoa. How far are we? 4,000 feet? That's a pretty good signature for 4,000 feet. These are little supercells there, but this is in central Arkansas, just west of Malvern, well southwest of Little Rock, north of Friendship, in central Arkansas. Pretty good signature for a little area of rotation there. Not like an imminent tornado or anything like that, but just a little signal caught me off guard because I've been watching these closely, and yeah, little signal right there. And I mean convergent signal, by the way, which is where just winds collide and cause an area for rotation. How's our prefrontal doing up here? All right, so thankfully that broke apart. That probably attempted to produce a tornado northeast of Harvey. You can see here how it had curvature to it when I called it out. Really good curvature to it as that line's approaching. And now if we push forward, you can see how this is more north to south orientation there. So that's definitely less favorable for a tornado right now. That means your inbound winds have probably backed off or have changed direction as that line is approaching. Now, as it merges with the line, it will have its highest chance to produce a tornado, which will be very close to Gravelly and Blue Ball here in about 20 minutes or so, guessing. How elevated on echo tops? Let's see. Not really something I pay attention to. They're about 40,000 feet. I don't normally look at echo tops unless storms are just firing. Or unless there's a huge hailer. This prefrontal has about 30,000 foot echo tops. South of Hot Springs. I've heard of that place before. Where's that at? Yeah, that's right here. That's right here. That's Hot Springs, so that's the one I was talking about. Yeah, as long as those signatures, see the inbound winds, as long as they stay like that kind of south to northeast orientation, that's not favorable for tornadoes. That is not favorable for tornadoes. It's when they start to push into the outbound winds, that's when it becomes an issue. Which, if we go back to just a couple minutes ago here with this radar site, you can see how those inbound winds were pushing into the outbound winds, and that's when it becomes an issue. That's when you start talking about supercells and rotation. And like I said, now that's really started to fall apart. All right, let's go back over to so this is our little prefrontal here again, south of Hot Springs. Not a crazy signature. I do believe that is partially corruption. So it is enough to keep an eye on and just call out in front. Again, Magnet Cove, Social Hill, Rockport, southeast to Hot Springs. Just watch this storm closely. Likely a low precipitation supercell. So, I mean, if there's chasers on this, that would probably look really good. Probably would look really good if you were there live. All right, there we go. Little surprise, but do we have a special weather statement on that? Okay, we do. I was gonna say, yeah, 50 mile an hour winds with that. That is definitely developing pretty good. You can see those brighter red colors there. Those brighter red colors. That's about 50 mile an hour winds on velocity. Now, winds closer to the surface could be either a little less or a little more than those velocity signatures. We don't have a lot of D-Cape here, which is downdraft cape. So, I don't think a severe warning is needed right now. Yeah, we only... Oh, wow. Downdraft cape went down. Yeah, we only have like... What's that? 600 downdraft? Yeah. Actually. I can't find the number. 800, 700, 600. Yeah, that's about 600 D-Cape. So, you're probably looking at 45 to 50 mile an hour winds here. But it is strengthening. Look how much brighter those colors got. They went from about 15 to 20 to 50 in about 10 minutes. No, this event isn't surprising us. Nah. Nah. I would be shocked if this event surprises us. Hold on. Give me just a second. All right, there we go. We are left with one severe thunderstorm warning again. One severe thunderstorm warning. And that is down there in south of Fort Worth. Yep. So that's your only severe thunderstorm warning. 1-inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds. When is peak? It's a long duration event. This is not like a normal event where you have a cold front sweeping into a potent environment later in the day. This is a very sloppy event with sloppy prefrontals and seemingly seems like 2 cold fronts, honestly. So it's a very messy setup. I know for a fact it has 2 warm fronts, weirdly enough. There's a warm front down here in southern Arkansas and then one up here in Missouri. Did that expire? On my end, it said that expired. Hold on, y'all. Has that expired or not? Yeah, that's expired. Weatherwise is a little bit glitchy there. So, I can give you I would estimate that we have a chance for a peak tornado threat here about. It's hard to say. It's hard to say, really. I could guess between like 6, 7 Eastern all the way till like 5 a.m. Somewhere around there. Hey, they did severe warn that. Oh, man. Yeah, those really. Oh my goodness. See, I hate that new train, Joel. I hate that. I hate the 6-7 thing. I told it to Lucky and my other friend too. I hate it because I live stream. Typically, our briefings are from 6 to 7. It's been that way for over a year. Severe weather peak is normally just after 6 and often between 6 and 7 Eastern. So it's like, you gotta be kidding me. It's right at the time where that's like the most active time frame for me. 6 to 7 Eastern. Weather's most active right around that time frame. Very often. It's when I live stream the most often. Yeah, 6 to 7, not 6-7. I don't like that. I hate that. Maybe I'm just old. New severe thunderstorm warning out here in eastern Texas for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. So just be indoors, away from doors and windows. And man, I mean, there is so many prefrontals. There is so many prefrontals. A lot of prefrontals. So keep an eye on that for any signature. I do want to keep an eye on that for any tornadic signature there. Also the one near Texarkana. Just these more mature updrafts. Huh. Little bit surprised that's not tornado warned at this point, considering that is a consistent signature, at least toward possible severe, but then again, it's not necessarily a severe storm. Really the only hazard with this is heavy rain and a rotating thunderstorm. So I don't think that's much. I don't think that's a lot of corruption. I think it is some corruption, but I don't think it's a lot of corruption. And it's very, very much discrete, all by itself out there. We got a new mesoanalysis, so let's see if the environment's any better. Wind shear did uptick a little bit out in this area. Yeah, look at that hodograph. That explains why we're seeing this storm with good curvature. Really good lower level and mid-level curvature there. Probably not the best wind shear though. 107, 167. So a little weak in the lower levels there, but still really good curvature there. So it just might not be meeting warning criteria yet. There has to be a specific warning criteria for them to issue tornado warnings. But I don't know if every NWS follows that criteria, because I swear sometimes an NWS waits until there's almost a tornado on the ground to warn it, and then others warn the smallest, weakest area of rotation. So that criteria doesn't, in my opinion, from what I've seen, it doesn't seem to be followed very often. Memphis, Tennessee. What are we looking at tonight? Let's see. It's downtrended in eastern Arkansas, western Tennessee, northern Mississippi, western Kentucky, far western Kentucky. It's downtrended. I'll give you a big circle here. Like this area right in here, we've seen a downtrend recently. So you could see wind gusts as high as 60 miles per hour, half-inch hail. A brief tornado can't be fully ruled out, but the main hazard will by far be just very, very heavy rain and isolated wind gusts. So the main threat over the next 2 hours will be focused across the warm front up here. That will be your main threat right along that warm front in Missouri into southwest Illinois. And then we're going to definitely be transitioning overnight. The biggest threat by far will be in here. That will be our largest threat for severe weather. I could show you all real quick here. Newest HRRR, which this is just a model run, so things are going to be different. But you can see by the time storms get to Memphis, they're very messy, very, very sloppy. We could see some isolated 50, 60 mile an hour wind gusts in here, but it's really messy. And then going towards about midnight Central Time, this line really starts to strengthen in Louisiana and Mississippi. And that could be widespread 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts, and a tornado or two will be possible inside the line, as well as with confluence bands near the coastline of Alabama and Mississippi. And also going back here towards about 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, you could see an increase in severe activity in this area. And then from 6 o'clock to all the way till like 9 o'clock here, we have prefrontals attempting to produce tornadoes in eastern Texas, northern Louisiana, western Mississippi. What about St. Louis? Like I said, worst is staying to your south. A lot of rain in St. Louis, but the severe weather is staying off to your south. There's the possibility for a spin-up tornado around Memphis, but the likelihood of it is definitely decreasing. The chance of a tornado, if I go and show y'all. This is the SPC here. So Memphis is barely in that 5% tornado risk. I hate the outlooks on here. Look how terrible that is. I'm going to WeatherWise. Hold on. Show you this a bit better. All right, there you go. So there's your 5% in that brown area. So within about a 25-mile radius, which I don't know if I'm going to be able to. Here we go. So within about a 25-mile radius, which is about that big, there's a 5% chance of a tornado in that entire radius. So the chance of a tornado in that area is 5%, but honestly, I think it's closer to 2% at this point. I think it's really downtrended. So, you know, there's about a 2 to 5% chance of a tornado in that radius, and the chance it goes through Memphis is very low. And like I said, I think it is actually a decreasing tornado potential. How do I get that off? I'm going to refresh. Springfield, Missouri. The worst is passing. The worst is passing right now. Yeah, the worst is passing right now. You'll have remnant heavy rain for the next probably 2-3 hours. Could be light to heavy for the next 2 to 3 hours, but the worst is passing now. There will be some isolated lightning here in about 30 minutes, but worst is definitely east now. Main threat in St. Louis is definitely isolated 30 to 40 mile an hour wind gusts. Like I said, the worst is really staying south at the moment. Yeah, there's some chasers out there, but they're very much scattered, and honestly, there's not many chasers. I know, I think 3. So, John, definitely want to keep an eye out. It's hard to say exactly what you will get. Some people out here will get just moderate rain like what you're seeing now. Others could get 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, 1-inch hail, and a spin-up tornado. So you want to be weather aware for the next 4 or so hours. I do think the main threat will stay off to your north. So most likely 30 to 50 mile an hour winds will be possible over the next 4 or so hours. And that main threat should stay off to your north. I live in California. Yeah, I don't think this will be affecting you. I don't think so. Random, very random severe up here. Look at that. Tiny little severe thunderstorm warning, far eastern Missouri, north of Perryville. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Severe thunderstorm warning here in Mansfield. That's very rough. That is a bunch of lightning and definitely some damaging winds, probably up to 65 miles per hour there, as well as 0.75-inch hail. So if you are in Mansfield, Hartville, Norwood, make sure you're indoors, away from doors and windows. The worst wind will definitely be up towards Groves Spring. This will be where the 60 to 65-mile-an-hour wind gust will be. But Mansfield, Hartville, Norwood, you guys could still get 50 to 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts there. Might be one of the strongest wind gusts we've seen today here. Strongest I've seen on velocity so far. Not saying too much, though, because we haven't seen that many strong storms today. Let's go check on our prefrontals in Arkansas again. Yeah, that fell apart. I don't think that was corruption. I believe it was to at least some extent, but I do believe this storm was rotating a bit here, northwest of Social Hill. But now it has fallen apart again. Still want to watch them, though, because they have these good curvature looks to them. So what that means is there is turning with height. There's turning with height with these storms. There's wind shear available. So all it takes is, them staying discreet and becoming more mature, and then we could easily see a spin-up tornado out of them. The good news is the environment is not the most favorable. It is favorable for a spin-up tornado, but it's not really favorable. All right, let's see this here. Arkansas. So you're getting very heavy rain and some lightning right now. There's multiple rounds of severe weather if you're referring to Arkansas here. So you're not going to be in the clear here until that front passes you, which will be, let's see. Yeah, that front passes you at about an hour and a half, 2 hours from now. So about 2 hours left for your severe threat. There could be an isolated severe storm after that. I don't really know why the HRRR is showing that, but it is. But yeah, most of the severe weather will be out of that area at about 5 o'clock Central. Looks like. Yeah, there will be isolated bad weather, so you could get some wind gusts up to 60 miles an hour. Right now, you're in a special weather statement for 40-mile-an-hour winds, so just don't go outside and you'll be good. There's a chance for a spin-up tornado across this entire area today. Spin-up tornado or two, but it's hard to say exactly where that will happen. Really, none of these look the best at the moment. I'm not concerned for that area just yet. A little bit of a Boeing storm here. Clarksville, western Arkansas. Could be getting 50-mile-an-hour winds right now. Special weather statement for 50-mile-an-hour winds. Makes sense. Makes sense. So just be away from doors and windows. You'll be good. Still watching our little convergence signal here. This is where the prefrontal storm hit the line. It hasn't done too well, which is definitely for sure in part to our not so great environment. Yeah, this still seems like mainly a damaging wind threat here. Mansfield, Missouri. That's the main area we're watching right now. Tornado threat seems very low with this storm. Very much outflow dominant, which means the winds are moving like this, creating damaging winds, which you can see there. And there's no inflow. You can see there's like literally next to no, if not no green here. So there's no winds going into this storm helping to increase tornado potential. This is very much a damaging wind threat. Could see some very small hail, but yeah, definitely a little bit of hail actually here in Seymour. Look at that. Showing up on CC there. Seymour, Missouri, getting in on a little bit of hail. Could be up to... They have this warned for 0.75 inch hail, but it might be a little larger than that considering we're seeing it on correlation coefficient. Common Mansfield right now. Going to be some light rain here in the next like 3 to 5 minutes. And then when this line hits, it's going to get a lot worse. But I do think the worst winds are staying to your north. I think the worst winds are staying up here. Now, y'all are trying to bring me down to Lonesdale. Let's see. Go back to our analysis radar. That's somewhere up in here. Probably talking about this prefrontal. No debris signature on probability of debris, so that's full clear air. I'm not seeing anything. No, I don't see anything. There's no probability of debris here. So nothing lined up good enough to where the radar was pointing it out. Oh, hey, right now, though, right now, it is starting to get a pretty good little hook echo right here. I would love to be on this storm. Look at that. Likely a low precipitation area of rotation here east of Owensville, Arkansas. So not strong enough to produce a tornado at the moment, but we'll need to watch that for future reference here as this goes to the northeast. Not really a whole lot out here. There's a lot of scattered homes here, but no major areas. This is northwest of Benton, west of Little Rock. Now, this is heading in the direction of Little Rock, but it won't be in Little Rock for probably another almost, I guess, hour and a half, 2 hours. Tornado in Illinois. We just had a tornado in Illinois. Yep. Funnel cloud, possibly a brief tornado. Look at that. This thing produced a tornado. Definitely a land spout. Well removed from any risk area. Very, very well removed from any risk area. So, confirmed land spout out here. And that's out in Spring Valley, Illinois. And, yeah, those are almost impossible to see on radar unless they're strong, which strong land spouts are extremely rare. So, yeah, if you're in that area, just be mindful of that. Just keep an eye on the sky. It looks like the main area is probably near Cherry, north of Spring Valley. I was about 10 minutes ago. Land spout was observed up there. So that is tornado number 2. Technically not associated with our main event, though. So still 2 tornadoes today, but I'm only gonna count the one down here because that's not associated with our main severe event. It's a land spout. Might be associated with it's still associated with the system as a whole, obviously, but yeah, that's associated with the exit region of our shortwave. That is far up there. What time is it? Almost 20Z. Man, let me check two things real quick. I want to check 500 millibars. Yeah, there's like no shortwave up there, so that's crazy. Just a land spout. And I want to check vorticity and 3 cape. Wow. Look at that. So where is this exactly? So this is vorticity and 3 cape, which we use to figure out land spouts. Cape, 3 cape is the red, vorticity is the blue. It's not the perfect spot. The perfect spot for a land spout would be right here. That's the perfect spot for a land spout, right on the north side of that blue 4, right in here. But you can see it is definitely inside the vorticity and the 3 cape. So that is an area favorable for a brief land spout, right where that vorticity and 3 cape overlap right in here. So, yep, quick little tornado right there. It's getting rough now. Mansfield, Hartville, you guys are really starting to get those impacts now. Heavy winds up in Mansfield, Missouri. Yep. Really starting to get windy now. The lightning has calmed down quite a bit, which is good. But the winds are still very much strong there. Look at that tiny little supercell east of Owensville, Arkansas. Not strong enough to produce a tornado, but weird seeing one that small. You think Central Indiana could get a tornado? There's a chance for a spin-up tornado somewhere in Central Indiana. I'll show you the risk area. It's a 2% risk, so very low. But somebody up here will have the risk for a brief tornado tonight. If you're in the 2%, you're in the risk for a brief tornado. However, the chance that hits you is very, very low. Very low. Yeah, look at that. Hold on, let's go back up to here. This is actually removed from the main cold front here. This is on a little boundary. That actually might be your cold front right there. That could be your cold front right in there. So this might be directly on top of your cold front. Little velocity signature right there, south of Crane, Missouri. Southwest of Springfield. Night risk. Night risk for sure. If you're up there in Indiana, definitely a night risk. Now you have some convection that's going to be moving through over the next few hours. Some moderate to heavy rain moving through here. That starts in probably about an hour or so. Hour and a half. Yeah, this stuff here moving through. So depending on where you are, could be anywhere between an hour to 3 hours in central Indiana. 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gust, 1-inch hail. Wouldn't fully rule out a spin-up tornado with that, but the tornado threat is low with that. That main tornado threat will be closer to midnight, 11 p.m. midnight Eastern. There we go. Go back down to Texas here. Performing as I was expecting, really. Main tornado threat shouldn't start to increase here until closer to 5. About an hour from now. Well, actually 5 central, so about 2 hours. I do want to see the new HRRR. I know we're not Yeah, it's not good to look at the HRRR day of, especially when convection's ongoing, but I'm gonna do it anyways. I don't think it's gonna do much today. I really don't think today's gonna have much of a notable severe threat. We'll have some isolated 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, 70, maybe a gust up to 70. Some hailstones near an inch, maybe a hailstone up to 2 inch, and then a couple spin-up tornadoes will be possible. But it's not gonna be a big event or anything like that. We could see a spin-up tornado or two overnight up in here. Spin-up tornado or two back out in Mississippi well into the overnight hours. And then we could still see an isolated spin-up tornado along that warm front in Missouri or from the prefrontals in Arkansas. So there's still some low end potential there, but it's not it's not like a high end event. Nothing like that. We're only at 2 severe warnings here. I can't even see what likes we're at right now. But if you guys haven't already, make sure to hit that like button. It's really appreciated. It helps support the channel, push us out there in the YouTube algorithm. And consider hitting that subscribe button with the notification bell set to all so you know when we go live in the future. I don't know when that will be because there's really not much after today. You know, we have the isolated damaging winds tomorrow, but we won't be live for that. That's a low-end threat, very low-end. We could have a brief tornado in the morning hours across southern Mississippi and Alabama, but that's fully in the morning hours. We're talking like between 4 and 9 a.m. Texarkana, still very heavy rain, isolated lightning, nothing severe. So just don't go outside, and you'll be fine. All right, let's go back up to central Arkansas. Check on our prefrontal. Yeah, really good fake hook echo right here. I do think it's partially real. It's not a complete fake hook echo. There could be a little rotation with it, but there's not a good velocity signature. Typically with a storm like this, you're going to have a huge area of green and red, but there's next to nothing here. Southwestern Indiana, same hazards as what I mentioned for central Indiana just earlier. So 60-mile-an-hour winds, a half-inch hail, 1-inch hail possible. Spin-up tornado can't be fully ruled out. Time frame is closer to about 10 p.m. Central. 10, 11 p.m. Central. Oh, we will not see. I forgot about the outlook. No, we are not going to be enhanced. Heck no. If they go enhanced, oof. Yep, they maintained a huge slight. There it is. New outlook just came out. I'm surprised they even maintained that large of a slight. Like, hello? Yeah, they kept the huge 5% torque too. I don't understand why. I really don't. I really don't. Given the progression of the shortwave trough in the southern plains, severe probabilities have been removed behind the ongoing convection. Yeah, dull. Normally do that. Let's see, the 18Z sounding from Shreveport and Little Rock shows a modest mid-level lapse rates and lower-level wind shear. The wind profile is expected to be improved somewhat later this afternoon into the early evening. Discrete thunderstorms are steadily increasing and intensifying in the Arklatex area. As this activity moves to the north-northeast over the next several hours, it will pose a locally higher tornado threat, so long as storm mode remains favorable, which it probably won't. Additional forecast details can be found in the new MCD. That's mesoscale discussion. Evansville is on the line of the slight and the marginal. Yeah, there will be isolated damaging winds tomorrow. Hail shouldn't be much of an issue, and the tornado threat should be focused across eastern Pennsylvania. very early Monday morning. So technically not even tomorrow, technically Monday morning. And tomorrow morning wouldn't rule out a spin-up tornado across southern Alabama, southern Alabama, western Florida. It's not increasing much. Little area of rotation. Very, very minimal. Let's see. Is that a new severe warning? Yeah, we have that one. Nope, still 2. That was an old one. Prescott storm. Let's see. Missouri or Arkansas? This one? I don't know if you'd be talking about that one. That's pretty far. Might be the one in Arkansas. Let's go to GR2 real quick. I don't even see a Prescott down here. I think I'm looking at the wrong area. Arkansas. Oh, that's in a radar hole. You can't trust that. I do see a little area of rotation with that, but it's so far. It's so far. You can't say that for sure. It's going to be like this for the next, I don't know, what, 12, 14 hours. Just off and on activity. Every now and then we'll get a severe, and we might get the occasional tornado warning. But I do see what you guys are talking about. That little convergence signal there in Prescott. But that does look... I mean, that is definitely on the lackluster side of convections. So that's probably a very upper-level mesocyclone, if not just complete corruption. Yeah, Mississippi, especially central Mississippi. Yeah, central Mississippi, northeastern Mississippi. This area in here. Definitely going to be under the gun for a few tornadoes. 1-inch hail, 60 to 70 mile-an-hour winds. Very, very late tonight. That will start in western Mississippi, probably about midnight Central Time. 1 a.m. Eastern. And then that will leave much of Mississippi about 5 a.m. 5 a.m. Central, 6 a.m. Eastern. Let's see. So, yeah, you're way back here. I mean, you're just getting some light rain, light to moderate rain, and that's it. The main risk is shifted well off to your east. We had a random severe back here earlier. I'm surprised we even got that. That was back in south of Dallas, or south of Fort Worth, rather. All right, let's go back up to... Oh. There you go. Toward possible severe 60-mile-an-hour winds. Probably probably one of the worst times for that severe. The reason why I say that is it's looking like it's starting to undergo more of a cell merge now. You can see this, the end of this supercell here is starting to impede on this supercell's hook, so we'll see if it strengthens at all in the next couple minutes, but honestly, that is that's probably dying out at this point. We'll really have to watch this in about an hour or so when that line approaches. when that line gets closer, that could help force the storm to be a bit stronger, increase forcing for ascent, cause more ascent out there. Yeah, very weak velocities. How's the event performing? Okay. I'd say it's underperforming. Who am I kidding? It's underperforming. We had a land spout up in Illinois, non-associated with the main severe threat. We had an unwarned tornado in southern Missouri. So, one tornado, 160 mile an hour wind report, one hail report. So, I mean, substantial underperformance at the moment. But they did keep that 5% tornado risk. Let me go ahead and show y'all that new outlook that came out. So, a bit shocked by it, but they did indeed keep, pretty much with the exception of where the cold front has already passed, the entire 5% tornado risk. The entire 5% tornado risk. So that's your overnight tornado risk here for the prefrontal storms. Prefrontal storms possible here in southern Mississippi, southwest Alabama, western Florida overnight. Prefrontal storms possible here in Texas, Louisiana. And then the rest of that 5% is all for the spin-up QLCS potential out here. They still kept the 5% for the QLCS spin-up tornadoes with the line that we're watching, as well as with that prefrontal storm out near Little Rock. And, of course, also the warm front tornado potential back up here. And then overnight, we could see a brief spin-up tornado in that 2%. But honestly, I'm shocked they didn't just drop the whole 5%. So typically for a 5% tornado risk, really 2 or 3 tornadoes is that's going to verify 3 or so tornadoes would verify a 5% tornado risk. But the thing is, this thing's huge. This isn't your ordinary sized 5% tornado risk. This is a giant 5% tornado risk. So it would take at least another minimum 2 tornadoes to verify this 5%. And even then, a lot of people will still consider it an underperformed event. Because that is not like a small 5%. That is a ginormous 5%. Now, if we had like a little 5% here in southern Arkansas, or southern Missouri, northern Arkansas, then yeah, this event would be, probably one more tornado to fully verify that tornado risk. But that 5% is it's ginormous. It's a huge 5%. It covers 152,000 square miles. That's giant. And that 2% covers 212,000 square miles. So, in my opinion, with the size of a 5%, we have, you're going to have to see like 3-4 tornadoes to verify that. And they're also going to have to be, spaced out too. Because if you just have a bunch of tornadoes in one singular spot, well, then that's a complete underperformance for all of Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, Texas. We've only had, in this event, the only tornado we've had is in southern Missouri. Like I said, we had that land spout in Illinois, but in the 5% area, we've only had one tornado in southern Missouri. So that verifies like the small little section out here near Springfield. Gracious day, that is a lot of corruption. They did severe warn this storm out here. You guys were talking about 1.25 inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds there, and then another severe back up here in southern Illinois for 60 mile an hour winds and 0.88 inch hail. Let me go back here. Yeah, that hail spike is what's causing the corruption. You could see probably some hail in here. 1.25 inch hail. I think that's the highest hailstone we've had for a severe warning. So that's causing this corruption. Now, there may be a little rotation in that, but that's impossible to know from a radar standpoint with how far our radars are. Yeah, so still just keeping an eye on little tiny signatures here. There's nothing too concerning. Nothing too concerning at the moment. Ooh. Accidentally played a video. Thankfully, it had no audio. Trying to see if there's anything new from the SPC there. We already saw the 4 p.m. outlook, at least Eastern time, 4 p.m. Up to 4 severes. I think that's tied with the most severe so far today. Yeah, like I said, I really think this storm's falling apart. They really severe warned that at the end of its lifespan. Barely any lightning with it either. And then still Texas, Louisiana, I mean, it's just not a great environment down here. So I'm not surprised that it's not doing anything. Now that might change, again, that could change once we get towards the evening hours, and especially when the lower level jet could increase a little bit. But right now, not doing really anything. Waiting for that HRRR to start rendering, and it's late. Another big severe. 60 mile-an-hour winds, 0.75 inch hail. So make sure you're indoors, away from doors and windows if you're in that severe warning. It includes Houston in south central Missouri. Also, they did upgrade that to a Tor possible severe out here. So if you're around this area, make sure you are indoors, away from doors and windows, and close to your safe spot. Like I said, that line moving on eastward here, east-northeast, that is what's increasing these storms' ascent and forcing, so they're starting to strengthen a bit better. And this doesn't really have a line. There's really no line to help get any of this organized at all, so it's just a bunch of very, very, very widely scattered thunderstorms. Isolated severe, isolated strong storm. Give me a moment here. Okay. Let's go back up to Arkansas. I mean, that's the only storm I'm really watching for a velocity signature there, but it's far from the radar, so I can't say if it's doing anything or not. Ironton, Missouri rotation. Oh, hey. Oh, hey. Yo. Good eye. Really good eye right there. Let's see, can I get a Fort Smith radar site? Yeah, we ain't using that no more. A little bit, looks like some corruption there on the velocities now that I see it. It didn't look like corruption when I was looking at Radar Omega because Radar Omega had the scans mistimed, but that's definitely trying to rotate, probably producing near 1 inch hail, and really should be severed. I mean, that's hey, wow. Wow, look at that. Couldn't have timed that any better. Couldn't have timed that. Oh, that's a tornado warning. Hey, yo. So that is a tornado warning. out here in southwestern Arkansas. So tornado warning now in effect here. First warning of the day. Really good call out by some of you guys in chat. You guys called this out all the way back towards when it was barely northeast of Texarkana almost an hour ago. And now it is tornado warned way up here. Way up here, up towards Gum Springs. And gracious, I can't say that. That is too many words combined into one word. But that is a tornado warned storm, so just be in your safe spot. Very much corrupted on radar, but it is a discrete storm. There's a line approaching it, which is increasing forcing, so it's a good assumption that this is a tornadic storm. And because of that, they've pulled the trigger on a tornado warning. So make sure you are in your safe spot. Let's see. Sorry, I'm trying to fix something real quick. Let me go see how many people are inside this tornado warning. Whoa, 19,020 people, 8 schools, and 1 hospital. Yeah, so that's a pretty populated area. Pretty populated area there. Shreveport radar is better. Not really. I mean, that's 8,800 feet. This one is 8,100. But Shreveport might be a little better because it's got a clearer beam. Either way, you're looking high up and it's not accurate. So yeah, so there's your tornado warning. Be in your safe spot. Let's see. I can't do Arkadelphia. Yo. There's just, it feels like there's too many words combined on into that one. If you live here, you know what I'm trying to say, and you could see the city's name. Oh no, there's a lot of corruption. There's big time hail corruption and the fact that it's far from radar. So, I mean, there would have to be a very strong, if not near violent tornado in order for us to be seeing that this is on the ground. But it would not shock me. I would not be surprised if this is ongoing, just based on where it is and how it's just where it is as a whole here. It's just in front of the line. It's a prefrontal storm. It's in a really good spot to be tornadic. And the environment is, it's decent. It's decent in this area. Back down towards Texas, not so much. In this area, it's a little bit... Actually, what are the chances? What are the chances that our best environment is directly over a prefrontal storm? That 8 right there is the best environment. Tied with the best environment we've seen today on supercell composite. Now, let's go ahead and check other ingredients here, like 0 to 1 kilometer SRH. I swear, if there's 150 right over that storm. It's so close, isn't it? 138, 219. Really improved there compared to Texas, Louisiana, and back up in Missouri. Much better environment for wind shear. Yeah, no wonder why that's a tornadic storm. That's that is probably the best environment we've had all day right there. So it would not shock me if we've got a tornado ongoing here at any second. I'm going to go ahead and switch to weather-wise, get rid of that outlook so you could see it better. So there's your red polygon. Again, we are in southwestern Arkansas here. Southwest Arkansas, right along the Interstate 30 corridor. Gum Springs, near Highway 67, Gurdon. Make sure you guys are in your safe spot. Still radar indicated 1-inch hail. A tornado warning means a tornado is imminent or possibly even on the ground. So please be in your safe spot immediately if you are in this tornado warned area. Again, southwestern Arkansas. Southwest Arkansas inside that tornado warning. There we go. Making sure I got everything up here. So again, there's a little over 19,000 people under the gun here for this tornado warning. 19, little over 19,000 people need to be seeking shelter. Other storms, not really too impressive here. There's a few little signatures to keep an eye on here. What about this one? This was one we need to keep an eye on here. Yeah, not rotating on velocity here, but you could see a pretty good hook. So we'll need to keep an eye on that to see if it tries to develop into anything stronger. That's going to go towards Bismarck, Farmington. Whether or not it's rotating, it's still going to be producing frequent lightning, heavy rain, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and up to 1-inch hail there. So be away from doors and windows again, Farmington and east central Missouri. And then just a random severe right there along the warm front. Yeah, so you can see how much our velocity is changing here in like 3 scans. It just continues to change frequently. That's a really easy sign of corruption there. It's not staying consistent. Let's see here. I'm trying to go away because this camera's so low quality here. Hold on. Definitely a very low-hanging wall cloud. For sure. Let's see. Yeah. This easily, very easily could be on the ground here. Oh, come on. Give me just a second, y'all. I gotta figure this out really quick. Let's see here. Okay. Okay. I cannot show this. That's what I wanted to check. So I have a visual of it, but unfortunately I'm not able to show it, but there is a large wall cloud on it. There is a large wall cloud on this storm. And we did just get a little tornado watch for Arkansas. Small tornado watch for about 1 million people, even though it's a small watch. This includes Little Rock, Conway, Searcy, Warden, Camden, and this area that is under a tornado warning as well. 70-mile-an-hour winds, ping-pong sized hail, and a couple tornadoes possible. Relatively small watch, but pretty high population. It's not a tweet. I'm actually looking at it live from a traffic camera. And it's not on the ground at the moment, but it was a very low-hanging wall cloud. So yeah, this is like right on top of the I-70 corridor. Like it is literally following the I-70 corridor. The wall cloud is almost, if not over, I-30. Did I say 70? I-30. I-30 corridor here in Arkansas. So we're going to keep an eye on this very, very closely. Just make sure you're in your safe spot if you're in this tornado warning. Visual confirmation of a large wall cloud hanging very low. So definitely could be on the ground at any moment. Right here in the on top of I-30. Again, in southwestern Arkansas. So we're going to keep a very, very close eye on that. I do want to just quickly check these other storms. That is our only active tornado warning, so that's the one we're sticking with the most here. Let's go back to GR2. Yeah, so if there is a tornado, it would be right here. Get a different color. If there is a tornado, it would be right in this area. Moving up to the northeast. So like I said, pretty much over the I-30 corridor here north of Gurdon in southwestern Arkansas. Is that another severe? Sure is. Ooh, that's a tail end Charlie right there. One inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. So we're going to keep an eye on that too. Tail end Charlies are at the end of a squall line or end of a whatever line it may be. So we want to keep an eye on that for the potential of a tornado because it's at the end of the line, which means there's probably minimal convection to the south of it, which is the case here as well. Tornado warning still remains in effect for 39 minutes. That CC is very contaminated, by the way. Yeah, that's not a tornado. Well, I mean, there could be a tornado on the ground, but that correlation coefficient is not it. So this will be either over the Interstate 30 right now, or it's eventually going to be crossing right over Interstate 30 here in the next couple minutes as it moves to the northeast, because the interstate curves up to the north here, and this is moving to the northeast. Pretty favorable. Honestly, pretty favorable. This is like right where this storm is the most favorable environment we've had today. Nope. I don't think things are fully ramping up. I mean, we're definitely hitting a bit of a peak at the moment. But things will go right back down to inactive, and we'll have a couple of them today. Or we get a tornado warning or two, a couple severes, and then it goes right back down to 1 or 2 severes, and then a couple hours later it goes right back up, and we'll repeat that all the way till probably 5, 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. All the way till these storms get into eastern Alabama, western Georgia. That's where they'll weaken rapidly early tomorrow morning. Yeah, also keeping an eye on these little indents here. Excuse me. Sorry, still sick. So also keeping an eye here on these indents right here. You see how there's 2 little wavy areas. So those little wavy areas could be winds starting to push into this line like this, thus allowing for a little area of rotation. And you could see on that northern one especially, that northern one south of Russellville, definitely some more inflow there. The southern one, not so much. Not so much on that southern one, but that northern one is getting a pretty good signature just for a little area rotation. All right, tornado warning does continue as radar indicated. So there's no reports of a tornado on the ground yet. So this is still in effect for the next 37 minutes, 1-inch hail as well. So make sure you are in your safe spot. Remember, a tornado warning means a tornado is imminent or possibly even on the ground. In order for us to know there's a tornado on the ground, it has to have already been on the ground. So that's why when you're in a tornado warning, you need to be in your safe spot. Because even if it's not confirmed, it could still be on the ground and just not yet it hasn't been observed just yet. So 17,118 people inside this new extended tornado warning. 5 schools and 1 hospital. So still over 17,000 people in that tornado warning again, meaning a tornado is imminent or possibly even on the ground. Most of the danger is in southwest Arkansas and southeast Missouri at the moment. Southwest Arkansas, we have a tornado warning and 2 severes. Southeastern Missouri, we have 2 severes and no tornado warning. But this severe is definitely producing 60-mile-an-hour winds here, all the way from Edgar Springs down through just north of Willow Springs, Missouri. And then this area, we're watching for potential rotation, some large hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds going through Farmington, Missouri. But trying to stay mainly with this tornado warning because that's the most urgent warning here. Again, still in effect for 35 more minutes there. Let's see. So many notches in that line. You look for the bigger ones here. So this northern one is a huge one. You can see a huge indent in that the far northern side here. So that's a good sign that there's a lot of inflow starting in this storm. A little inflow starting in the southern one. I don't see too many down here. It looks relatively smooth down here. No velocity signatures correlating anything. So mainly that northern one near Russellville is the one I'm watching the most inside the squall line. So again, make sure you are in your safe spot here near and around Gum Springs in Arkansas. Wall cloud has been observed from multiple traffic cameras in this area. No tornado yet observed, but one could develop at any given second. And that is, again, our only active tornado warning, but there's multiple other areas we're watching. We're watching this tail end Charlie down here near Garland in southwest Arkansas. We're watching those little notches here, Russellville, as well south of Russellville. We're watching our line of 60-mile-an-hour winds up here in southern Missouri, and that supercell here near Farmington, Missouri, which is still trying to get its act together. Not doing very well, but still pretty good curvature with that. We're also watching a storm on the warm front in southern Illinois, but really that seems like it's just heavy rain as an issue there. Not really much happening with that. Storms back in northeast Texas and Shreveport, where our main tornado watch is. Still not doing anything. They're not really doing so well at the moment. A lot of over-convection and nothing to really help them get going yet. By the way, that new tornado watch, which still isn't in on WeatherWise for some reason. Hey, there it is. So that is in effect for about the next 5 hours. I'll tell you exactly how long in just a second. That is in effect until 01Z, so that's 9 o'clock Eastern, 8 p.m. Central, which is local. And the probability on that is a 40-20 tornado prob. So that's a 40% chance of 2 or more tornadoes, 20% chance of one being strong. Yeah, so again, this storm is very far from radar, so just a heads up to anyone looking at radar. It's not going to be accurate at all. Not going to be accurate whatsoever. So that's why I'm not doing a big analysis on this particular storm. But the good news is that line's about to hit it, so that should help decrease the tornado potential for a bit. Now it may be able to come back once it's fully embedded in that line here, in maybe a little more than 30 minutes or so. We'll just have to see how that looks. We had one earlier today in western Arkansas. With a supercell that was trying to be tornadic but didn't completely get to it. That got hit by the line and just fell apart. But this one is a tornadic storm, and that line is going to hit it again, so we'll have to see if it's going to just completely destroy its tornado potential or if it's going to kind of merge with it and try to maintain it. Just making sure all these are still the same. That severe warning out here in south central Illinois is expired. So we're down to 4 severes. That was definitely a peak right there. We were at 5 severes and a tornado warning right there. This tornado warning still is in effect, though, for the next 31 minutes. When are the radar holes going to be fixed? Never, really. They're always going to be an issue somewhere. They will always be an issue. And I know now the Storm Prediction Center, they're trying to go to the next generation of radar software that will do 1-minute scans. So I don't know how that's going to work. We might not see those across the country for another couple decades. That's going to take a while. Yeah, so again, that tornado watch expires at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. local out here in Arkansas. This is that new tornado watch right in here. Right in there is your new tornado watch. So it's pretty much, it's for those prefrontal storms out near Little Rock, as well as this prefrontal storm tornado warned, and then anything that may be able to form inside the line after those prefrontals merge with the line here over the next, well, that southern one over the next 30 minutes, but these up here in Little Rock could be another 2 hours or so. And again, that is a pretty low-end tornado watch there. Farmington storm trying to rotate. I'm guessing, yeah, that's up here. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't surprise me. It still has that little notch right there. It's not a classic hook by any means, or a very notable reflectivity and velocity presentation there, but it's super cellular. You can see the sharp cutoff right in here and the curvature that it has with it in the storm. So, I mean, it could try in the next 30 minutes to an hour or so. Difference between this storm and the one further south is this one has a less favorable environment, and the one further south has the line that's really helping it. If it wasn't for that line, the current tornado warned storm probably would have never matured. Yeah, how much shear is on this storm in southern Missouri? Ooh, a lot less wind shear. Only 80 0 to 1 kilometer SRH and 138 for this one. So substantially less. This one is somewhere like 138 0 to 1 and then like near 230 somewhere around there in the 0 to 3 kilometer range. I forgot what we pulled. I forgot what I said earlier. I could get it again, but it won't be as accurate. Because we got it when the storm was a decent way away from the line. 138 0 to 1 kilometer SRH and 220 0 to 3 kilometer SRH on that newest one from Mesoanalysis. Give me a moment. Okay, so still tornado warning in effect for 27 more minutes. This storm shouldn't be tornadic for much longer. But it might be able to try and re-intensify once it merges with that line here. Like I said, in probably about 20 to 30 minutes. Still also watching this line. Southern Missouri, just east of Mansfield. Definitely could be seeing 60-mile-an-hour winds with it still. Especially on that southern edge. Just barely northwest of Willow Springs, south central Missouri. A bunch of special weather statements in Texas. Look at them all. 40-mile-an-hour, 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 30-mile-an-hour, 50-mile-an-hour. So a lot of strong storms out there in Texas, but none severe at the moment. Also, with this storm up in Russellville, that notching went away. You can see how it's now looking a lot less like it's got a notch. This one, still a little notch right there. If you're wondering what the notches mean in a line like this with an environment that's at least semi-favorable for tornadoes like the one we have today, that could mean southerly or southeasterly winds going around the storm and then pushing in, and it creates a notch in the reflectivity values. And in this case, there's a tiny little one right there, but it's not really that good. That's a early sign you can look for tornado development. Tail end Charlie here, very sloppy. Really, really sloppy on the end of this line here. Which is not too surprising considering the lower level wind shear is so low. Like, literally, this prefrontal formed in the best spot. I don't think there was a better spot for this prefrontal to form. I really don't. It formed in possibly the best wind shear we have in the state of Arkansas right now. It formed in the best instability we have anywhere from northeast Texas, northern Louisiana, all the way up through the remainder of the event in the Midwest. There was 2,500 Cape directly in this area. It had a good merge with our line just behind it enough to give it some forcing, and the storm had enough time to produce a tornado, but seems like it probably didn't. And I mean, really, everything was working towards this storm producing a tornado, and it seems like it just couldn't do it. Let's see here. Yeah, some other people are also mentioning the potential for a QLCS spin-up tornado with particularly this storm up in Russellville that I've been pointing out here. It looks like it did get a tiny notch back on that new frame there. You could see the higher DBZ values. Looks like it did get that notching back. This is going over Pottsville in, I guess, yes, central Arkansas, I suppose this is now. Very close to, if not central Arkansas. It's right along the I-40 corridor southeast of Russellville, over Pottsville here in Arkansas once again. Still tornado warning in effect here, so just be in your safe spot, but I don't think that tornado warning has the same potential to be producing a tornado as what it once did. It's weakening at this point. Now again, as the line merges with this tornadic supercell here over the next couple minutes, there's a chance that it could re-intensify that area of rotation somewhere up in this region here. But that's a good 30 or so minutes away, somewhere up here. So tornado warning, 22 minutes left on that. Those wondering about the severe warning in southeast Missouri, still in effect for 7 more minutes. Just 7 more minutes here. 60-mile-an-hour winds, 0.75-inch hail. Those wondering about that supercell in Farmington, they dropped the severe warning. There's really not much rotation, and that hail core has fallen apart. Yeah, eastern Kentucky probably won't get much. Now, behind this storm, there will be a lot of strong winds from the low-pressure system. So you might not get much more than some moderate rain and some maybe 10, 20-mile-an-hour wind gust. But once this storm passes you, there's going to be winds behind the low pressure, and those could have wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour tomorrow afternoon. So you're really going to have to watch the winds behind this storm as opposed to the winds with the actual squall line itself. Mayflower, Arkansas. That's definitely a wall cloud. Oh, that's with our prefrontal. How the heck does that thing have a wall cloud? That's with our prefrontal we've been talking about for, that was like 2 hours out here. So this thing's got a little wall cloud with it. Or actually a good wall cloud. So, just a heads up there if you are in Mayflower. Just make sure you're close to your safe spot. I don't think it is gonna produce a tornado. A lot of wall clouds do not produce tornadoes. Many of them don't. So, just be aware. Conway, Mayflower, right along that I-40 corridor, that there has been a wall cloud reported over Mayflower. Yeah, that's really tried to tighten up there. I don't know if it's going to be able to. But you could see really good winds going away from our radar site in Little Rock and towards our radar site in Little Rock. So really watching that east of Russellville. You think Russellville will be fine? A little bit of leftover lightning, heavy rain here over the next 10 minutes or so, but the main storm has passed you now. And then behind this, there will be heavy rain for another hour or so, and then it'll be clear for like 2 hours or so, and then more heavy rain tonight. But severe weather threat, lightning, that stuff's clearing out here in the next 15 minutes. Conway, Arkansas. Yeah, so like I said, just south had a wall cloud reported in that area. Don't really need to do anything about it. Just be aware of it like you are now. Just some heavy rain at the moment. The worst will be in about an hour or so as this line gets to you. Maybe about an hour and a half. I don't know exactly how fast that line's moving because the National Weather Service doesn't have a warning on it. I saw one more. Prescott, Arkansas. I want to check that too. Ooh, that is Arizona. Let me go on this software. Arkansas. Yep. So you're good. You are good. You're barely good. Tornadic storm just passed to your northeast. So, yeah, you should be, I think you'll be good for the rest of the day. I would still keep an eye on the sky, especially towards like 6 o'clock Central, about an hour and a half from now or so. But I think the worst has passed. And there will be some heavy rain and some thunderstorms tonight. So still some heavy rain and thunderstorms tonight. But most likely the severe thunderstorms are past. Mississippi depends exactly where. The greatest risk in Mississippi will definitely be central Mississippi, from Vicksburg all the way back up towards Columbus, generally in that area. Late tonight. It's an overnight event there. Let me see. Yeah, definitely up here. Central Mississippi to northeast Mississippi, and then also along the immediate coastline too. Like back here, immediate coastline. Mississippi. Tornado warning was dropped. I'm going to switch our scene. Yeah, you're far enough northwest. You could get, heavy rain, maybe a wind gust of 30 to 40 miles per hour towards 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock Central. But the worst will by far be to your south. Then I saw another Arkansas, Benton, Arkansas. Definitely want to be weather aware. Definitely want to be weather aware here over the next 2 hours as this line passes you. The worst part of this storm is like right in here. And that seems to be heading very close to, if not right. It's going to be close to Benton. It's going to be close to Benton. It looks like this stuff's moving northeast like this. So definitely want to keep an eye on Benton here in about 2 hours. Springfield, Missouri, the worst has already passed. Just some leftover light rain here over the next few hours. Oh, the town I cannot pronounce. You just got dropped from a tornado warning. But definitely be indoors, away from doors and windows. You just dropped that tornado warning. That tornado warning was just dropped by the National Weather Service, so you don't have to be in your safe spot, but please be away from doors and windows. Very frequent lightning, very heavy rain, 60-mile-an-hour winds, all possible over the next about an hour or so. After that, you should be clear. I think this area will be clear in an hour. When that line passes, yeah. There could be some remnant light rain, as you can see here. Some remnant light rain possible tonight, but really after this line passes, you guys are clear. And again, that's like the next 30 minutes or so. Ooh, big new severe. Look at that. Salem all the way down to Mountain View, southeastern Arkansas. Or rather, Missouri, my bad. Salem to Mountain View, Missouri. 60-mile-an-hour winds, 0.75-inch hail for the next 45 minutes. A new severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-an-hour winds here. This is on the storm we were talking about with that little area of rotation with the indent. You could still see that indent, little area of rotation up there just east of Russellville over Atkins now in central Arkansas. No tour possible tag, thankfully, but they do have 60-mile-an-hour winds and 0.75-inch hail being possible. So that wind threat will be the highest with the indents. So where those indents are, that's where your wind threat will be the highest because the winds are pushing against that portion of the storm. So some people could get 30-mile-an-hour winds in here. Some could get up to 60. Yep, that is what I use for graphics on Twitter. I have used that site before. Arkansas here. South Central Arkansas, that's a tough spot. I'd say very heavy rain, 30 to 40-mile-an-hour wind gust, half-inch hail, about 6 o'clock Central. 6 o'clock Central. It's hard to say for certain. I think you'll be in kind of the sweet spot where the worst goes to your north and to your south. Also, new severe there in Texas. So Gary City, make sure you're indoors, away from doors and windows. Heavy rain, very frequent lightning, as well as 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds possible there. Hope, Arkansas, I think is what that is. Hope, Arkansas. Worst is past you. Some remnant moderate rain over the next very scattered over the next like 3-4 hours or so. That heavier rain is back towards Oklahoma, heading generally your way. The worst is past you though. Park Hills, Missouri. Let's see. You're in a severe watch. Your worst threat will by far be here in about an hour and a half or so as this line pushes through. Up to 60-mile-an-hour winds will be possible with that. After that, there's going to be remnant rain for probably the rest of the night out there. There we go. We are watching these prefrontals for the chance of small hail, 30-mile-an-hour winds, and a spin-up tornado, but pretty much all of them have stayed really weak. Chance for tornadoes in Middle Tennessee, not very high. Really, Tennessee, I don't expect to see much tonight outside of heavy rain and some gusty winds, 30 to 60 miles an hour. The further west you are, the better chance you have. So, like, Memphis has the best chance for those 30 to 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts. If you're in, like, Nashville, probably not going to get much more than moderate rainfall overnight. Benton, Illinois. Let's see. Yeah, so your worst will be probably about 3 hours from now from this line moving to the northeast. That's going to be, this line here is going to be delivering that 30 to 60 mile an hour wind gust for southeast Missouri, southern Illinois, Indiana, and even into southwest Ohio. And this same line is actually going to be going all the way into Pennsylvania tomorrow. So that's going to be the main severe weather maker out there for like this entire region here. It's going to be going very far, but it's going to be pretty weak. It's going to be kind of shifting in intensity. Salem, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Some areas could end up getting closer to 30. So just that area, southern Illinois, a lot of heavy rains, frequent lightning, and then in about 3 hours or so when the line hits you, 50, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts will be possible. Texarkana, I think the worst is past you. There's still heavy rain lingering, but that worst threat has passed you now. I'll just double check again. Yep, just some lingering heavy rain. Hector, Arkansas. Worst is past? Yep. Worst is passing, actually. So the next about 20 minutes or so, you could get some heavy rain, maybe 10, 20-mile-an-hour wind gust. You're not going to be getting much out of that. That's very weak. The worst is staying to your south and passing you here over the next couple minutes. All right, hold on. We got a lot of people saying the same exact thing here, which means I better check it now. Lord have mercy. Yeah, strong tornado is imminent out here, probably on the ground southeast of Bismarck, and I believe that's the tornado warning for it. So we're going to switch over to the tornado warning scene. Strong tornado imminent out here southeast of Bismarck on that new scan. Very strong area of rotation. Seek shelter immediately if you are in this area southeast of Bismarck near Midway, Friendship. Strong tornado is imminent. I don't know where that tornado warning is, but I heard it. Yep, there it is. I would not be shocked if that is on the ground. So that's heading right for Rockport, Malvern, Magnet Cove, Midway, all be in your safe spot. Friendship, you're barely outside that tornado warning. That is a very strong area of rotation, seemingly out of nowhere. So please be in your safe spot. Let's see how that formed. That's a bookend vortex. That is a bookend vortex. You know that storm on back up there towards Russellville? That's why we were watching the one in Russellville. This is a bookend vortex. So what happened here is southeasterly winds went up like this, and the line was pushing him out. So the line's pushing as those winds are kind of pulling up into the storm, and that pulls the area of rotation up and around like this. And because of that, we actually got an area of strong rotation here. So your winds got pushed up and around like that. It's a there's probably a CC draw. Yeah, called it. Yep. So we got a probably strong tornado on the ground here going up towards Social Hill, Rockport, Magnet Cove. Be in your safe spot immediately. This is a tornado ongoing, likely a strong tornado. Really tight area of velocity there. You can see the light blue winds racing into the storm, and the very close red winds racing away from our radar site. So that is likely already lofting debris 5,000 feet up. So this is indeed a strong tornado on the ground. You need to be seeking shelter immediately. This is potentially a life-threatening situation out here. Social Hill, Rockport, Magnet Cove, Butterfield, please be in your safe spot immediately. Now, the good news is this is a bookend vortex tornado, which those are typically very, very brief, but the bad news is sometimes they are very strong, because, again, you get those strong southeasterly wind speeds to wrap up and around, and that can rapidly rotate into, also, bad thing, a very rain-wrapped strong tornado. So this is a rain-wrapped tornado too. Don't wait to hear it coming, because you're not going to be able to hear it or see it. This is a very rain-wrapped strong tornado here. So if you're just tuning in, we have a strong tornado touching down right now. It is actually on the ground, moving northeast towards Social Hill, Rockport, Magnet Cove, and Butterfield in southwestern Arkansas. Southwest Arkansas. Strong tornado on the ground. And if we go to ZDR, yeah, see that dark gray pixel? That is definitely an agreement with a tornado on the ground right there. And look at that. That's a big ball there for spectrum width. That's a large area for spectrum width right there. So definitely a strong tornado. Probability of debris is 100%. No shocker there. I do want to take off the radar here. So right now this is over mainly forested areas. There's a few homes here. Let me go figure out exactly where that is. Ooh, big CC. Yeah, deep CC. Means a lot of stuff's being lofted right there. So road 128, here, barely north of Caney. A strong tornado is about to cross that road. North of Caney, southwest Arkansas. This is west of Interstate 30 at the moment. And you can see how fast that inflow, or the outbound winds there, just detached. Completely gone on the red inflow there. So hopefully, that is the inflow, by the way. The red is the inflow, which is weird. The red is the winds going up and around like this. And then your outbound winds is that blue. So hopefully that is hopefully that's it already starting to weaken here. But this is a tornado on the ground, possibly getting a bit weaker here as those winds have detached now. But again, this is moving up to the northeast. It is over Road 128 right now, barely north of Caney, west of Midway, west of Interstate 30 in southwestern Arkansas, moving to the northeast here. In the long term, about 30 minutes from now, it will be up towards Butterfield, Magnet Cove, Rockport, right along that I-30 corridor. Still not an observed warning. Hopefully that comes through very soon. Yeah, you can see the outbound wind speeds definitely weakened quick there. Really good job by the National Weather Service out here getting that warned very quickly. I believe this is Little Rock, if I'm not mistaken. Little Rock, Arkansas. Really good, quick tornado warning on that. You could see no velocity, strong velocity, tornado warning, tornado touches down, and now can't say exactly what it's doing, but from the rotation, it looks like it's weakening. I should get a new scan here in about 30 seconds. Potentially an observed warning now. Yep. So there you go. Confirmed tornado on the ground from the National Weather Service as well. A confirmed tornado was located near D. Gray Lake State Park, or 12 miles north of the town I still can't pronounce. Moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Damaging tornado confirmed via radar. Let's see. To repeat, a tornado is on the ground. Take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Yeah, this is fallout now. See how that debris spread it apart? See how it was very condensed, got a little bit larger, and now it's much larger. So that's a sign of the tornado's lifted, and now debris is falling back down, and the radar is scanning that debris. See if velocities can correlate with that. Should be 1 second before we get that scan now. Please. Yeah, likely lifted at this point. Now we go check. Looks like about 7,000 feet up for that debris being lofted. That's a pretty strong tornado, especially from a book and vortex. But like I said, typically book and vortex tornadoes are honestly, they're often on the stronger side of things, but a lot quicker. A lot quicker there. And that was for, that tornado warning was for 26,000 people, by the way. I just saw the new NATO cast. Someone asked in chat, and it's literally doing terrible. It's actually doing terrible. The two areas we've had tornadoes in today, it missed both of them. Actually, it might have got that 5% in southwest Arkansas. It might have been inside this tornado. So I think it missed one and did actually get the one we're looking at now. NatoCast is a AI learning machine tool for tornado probabilities. It does better on sneakier days. It does pretty bad with days like this. Let's see. Yeah, so thankfully we're not going to be seeing a bookend vortex out of this at all. You can see the one further south, what it did was it wrapped those velocities up and around like this. This storm never did that. It kept them on the northern side up here. So it never really got that bookend vortex. It never really had that chance. And just like that, it is already lifted. That fast. By far the strongest tornado of the day. So we've had potentially one tornado in southwest Missouri. Definitely an unwarned tornado. Was at north of Springfield, Missouri. Another tornado in Illinois. That was a land spout. And then this strong tornado. So we've had 2 or 3 tornadoes from the main event. And then a random land spout up there in Illinois. That's still debris fallout. So again, what that is that's a tornado that's touched down, it's lofted debris, and now the tornado has lifted. And so since that tornado's lifted, the debris is falling back down, and as it's falling, the radar scans it again, and it sees the debris there in the atmosphere. So there's no tornado on the ground anymore, but that is debris falling. And again, you can see this is 6,000, actually 5,000? No, 6,500 feet. You could still see there was a debris signature very much visible right there. So definitely lofted debris at least 6,500 feet up. All right, hold on. Whilst I am checking on this, I want to go check that northern storm. Yeah, this is still just a wind threat right there. There we go. So obviously we can't rate tornadoes based off of radar. But if you put that into the scale that we have a radar tornado. It's a program that we use to kind of depict the most likely rating of a tornado based off of radar information. So in order for it to be typically a strong tornado typically is greater than, I think, 5,000 feet. Actually, I might be able to check. Really, you go off of velocities. So let's get the maximum here. So you're looking at 80 and 20. So that's 100. So what you do is you do that 100 mph to knots. So that's 86. And then you take the 86, actually rounds to 87. So we take the 87 knots and we divide that by 2. And we get 43. So that puts it in the category of a considerable tornado, which is actually, that is actually worthy of a PDS warning if it's heading towards a populated area. So your best guess is probably a low-end EF2. That's the best guess out of this. Low-end EF2, I'd say. But it does fall under technically a considerable tornado. Which is why I said that's probably a strong tornado ongoing, because one look at that signature, I was like, yep, that's probably right near that EF2 strength. But again, it's all based off of damage. So they're going to go out and survey that area, and if it hit, just a few trees, it might not be rated anything more than about a mid-tier EF1. But if it hit a house, hopefully not, that could be a higher rating. I don't think West Kentucky will have that bad. Yeah, that was a surprise. And I really should have saw that earlier. Kind of kicking myself there for not seeing that earlier, because you can see it's surging out. You can see the winds are surging out here. And then you can tell this starts to strengthen into a bookend vortex here when you loop this. You can see how that kicks out, and then you can see this area kind of wraps around. It might be difficult for you to tell, but I can easily tell. That should have been an easy spot on me. I mean, at least we saw it. At least we saw it before that debris signature started showing up. So still stay in your safe spot there. Magnet Cove, Butterfield, Rockport. Still be in your safe spot. I do not think this will be able to produce another tornado. However, you are still in a tornado warning, so you need to be in your safe spot. You're still in a confirmed tornado warning, even though, again, I do think that is, hold on, did we get a video of this? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's lifted. I swear I just saw a video of it. Bad thing about Twitter is you could refresh it too fast. Well, there could have been a chaser on this, but I lost the potential video there. All right, let's go check on other areas. So still confirmed tornado warning. I'll let y'all know as soon as I can when that gets either dropped or downgraded. So still just that severe southeast Missouri. Still the severe with our lineup here with the indents. Still got some indents on that line. So 60 mile an hour winds, brief spin up tornado. 1-inch hail will be possible there. That tornado threat is definitely lower now, though, which is good news. Again, that velocity signature really not present anymore. Yeah, and then this is the storm that previously produced our tornado. Or was, my bad, previously tornado warned. That prefrontal storm. That's now located right in here over Malvern. So we'll continue to watch that. But yeah, again, if you guys haven't already, make sure you hit that like button and share the stream. It's greatly appreciated. It helps get the word out about today's severe weather event. I appreciate all you guys being here. We're still going to be continuing our coverage here. And if you're new, consider hitting that subscribe button with a notification bell set to all. It's really appreciated. We do this very often, very, very often in spring and even into early summer. It's not as common for us to be doing coverage in winter. We typically only get 1 to 2 decent severe events between early October and all the way into, early February. Really only 2-3 decent events. But, yep, we'll also be covering winter storms, too. But, not radar indicated yet. Not on my programs. I'll check weather-wise here. Oh, okay, that is radar indicated. Hold on, I just want to make sure. I want to double check. I don't know if there's a way for me to double check here. Yeah. That's radar indicated. Well, now that says observed. See, that's why I wanted to double check. You can't trust these things sometimes. That's why I didn't switch the scene right away. It is still confirmed. Yeah, this is still a little bit of fallout left over here, as this is going up towards Social Hill. So I don't think it's on the ground at the moment. That's still, again, just debris that was lofted. Tornado lifts, the debris falls back down, and radar continues to scan it. Starting to get a lot more severes now. Look at that. Our main line is now severe. Look at that. I honestly did not think we were going to get that today. I did not think we were going to get a full severe line. Formed pretty quick, too. So if you're in Little Rock, yeah, this whole area, all the way up from Clinton, all the way down here towards Kingsland, you guys all need to be getting ready for 40 to 60 mile an hour wind gust here in about an hour as this moves up to the northeast. It might be, depending on where you are. If you're on the west side of that, it could be literally in 15 minutes. If you're in Little Rock, I'd say probably closer to 45 minutes. And then on the east side, it could be an hour, even an hour and a half in some spots. Down here is where it's going to be the longest. So if you're in like Pine Bluff, it could be as much as 2 hours before this storm gets all the way up to you. Whereas Little Rock, again, about 45 minutes, maybe an hour or so. All right. Tornado warning's been dropped, so we're going to switch back over to this scene here. I know it says observed at the bottom there, but there's no longer a tornado warning in effect. Hopefully that updates itself. I'll refresh it to hopefully get that out. It just ended up going right back, but that tornado warning was canceled. So we're down to all ordinary severes now, although quite a few severes. So 60 mile an hour winds, 60, 60, 60, 60, and 60. So yeah, there's a pretty good area right in here where that convection is weak, but we've got a severe line up here, weak convection there, and then a pretty big severe line back down in here. And then we still have our random prefrontal storms down here. Looking a bit better. Not looking as bad as what they once were, but still on the early stages of becoming supercells. If they ever do. Yeah, the damaging winds and straight line winds still very serious. So, again, if you're in any of those severes, be indoors and away from doors and windows. No tornado warnings. No tornado warnings right now. Let's see here. Yeah, so good idea from the Storm Prediction Center to issue that tornado watch. They issued that about almost I think it was over an hour ago at this point, right? Because we had a strong tornado inside that tornado watch. We had a very strong prefrontal tornadic storm inside that tornado watch. And now our whole line is severe inside of that tornado watch. So verifying very nicely with that. Let's see if there's any areas to watch. I mean, really, everything that really fell apart. I'm not seeing any areas of rotation here. You do always want to watch the northern side of your line, which we have two northern sides. Northern side up here, which is where our Bookin Vortex, that's the storm that produced our Bookin Vortex and was our prefrontal too. And then another northern side up here, way up here, which I pointed out a while ago, which thankfully is not rotating at all. So we had one tornado there in southern Missouri, possibly another. The one that we first pointed out, that Ben pointed out, that was very skeptical of a debris signature. Then we had the unwarned one. So possible tornado, unwarned tornado that was north of Springfield, and then we just had our strong tornado here in Arkansas. So at least two tornadoes today. And then you can go ahead and throw Illinois in there. So actually three. Land spout in Illinois, strong tornado in Arkansas, unwarned tornado in southwest Missouri, and then a possible tornado in far southwest Missouri that Ben was pointing out. So, yeah, if we go to the 5% tornado risk, so that would verify, this area is probably verified now. This general vicinity there's verified. Back here is verified pretty well. But, yeah, just lost our severe in southeast Missouri. Like, this whole area has just not performed well. This area has not performed well at all, but that might change. So today's definitely portions of our risk per verifying, portions of it not. Definitely some partial verification. Let's see. Yeah, we're one official tornado report, which was from multiple reports of a tornado being on the ground on Highway 128 in Hickory Grove. That was in southwestern Arkansas, the one we just finished tracking there. That possible unwarned one also in southwestern Missouri. So one official tornado report, 5 wind reports, and 1 hail report. Definitely not a full verification. You're going to need a lot more. Like I said, the size of the 5%. The size of the 5% means you're going to need a lot more tornadoes to verify it. Just lost another severe thunderstorm warning, so if you're in these 2 severes, just make sure you're indoors, away from doors and windows here. Malvern all the way back up to east of Hot Springs, Arkansas. Still tailing Charlie down here for Sparkman, Arkansas. Be away from doors and windows there. And then our other severe in Clinton, Arkansas. Today's performed how I've expected, really. In my opinion, overall, the risk is still an underperformance. But like I said, little areas here and there have verified. I will say, though, I really didn't expect to see something like that today. I didn't really think we'd be able to see a strong velocity couplet like that. What was that, like almost 80 miles per hour there? Yeah, I think that was like 87? Or is it 87 knots? I forgot now. It was either 87 miles per hour or knots. I feel like it was miles per hour. It was strong. Was it worth 5%? No. No, honestly. This still could have verified as a 2%. Because, again, of how large the risk is. When you have such a large 2%, like if you just got rid of that 5% and replaced it with a 2%, it would have verified. I think this would have verified as a 2%. At least for now. Strong tornadoes happen on 2%. But a strong tornado is still, that still is a tornado. So, yeah, even if it was a weak tornado, you count it by tornado count. Not necessarily the intensity in this case, because there's not a hatched risk. You really go by how many tornadoes have happened every 25 miles of a given point. That's what you got to go off of. The intensity, of course, you acknowledge, but in terms of verification, you got to think that's the risk. A 5% tornado risk is a 5% chance of a tornado every 25 miles of a given point. So you add that up. I don't even know how many miles that is. 5%, so that's 10%. Is that 500 miles? I feel like I didn't do that right. I believe that's 500 miles, 1 tornado, right? If you add that up, 5%, 5%, that's 10%. I think that's 500. I believe that would be 500. Somewhere around there. But I don't think that's exactly how the NWS has, how they count it. Let's see here. Yeah, so what you do is, let's see, SPC. I don't even know what that is. So it's 152,000 square miles. Trying to think of how we can verify a 5% here. I might have to do some research on this after stream. But either way, in my opinion, it hasn't verified. With this big of a tornado risk, personally, I think you're going to need at least 3-4 tornadoes minimum. And they have to be spaced out. Because if you have like all your tornadoes, like we've had a tornado around Springfield, Missouri, and then we just had a tornado around here, that's 2 spots, right? So if there's no tornadoes for the rest of the night, then that's a complete utter underperformance across Louisiana, Mississippi, and Texas, and also back up in here. So it's the fact that 5% is so large. That's what I'm having a problem with. Because normally we have, like in this case, we have a 10 sig somewhere to be able to say, okay, did the 10 sig tor verify? But in this case, we've got a huge 5% tornado risk, and I'm not too sure how to verify that exactly. Why is the tornado risk lowered in Middle Tennessee? As the night goes on, we lose instability up there. Now, because the Gulf is closer to Mississippi than Tennessee, there could be some leftover instability in Mississippi as the line pushes that way very late tonight. So there's still a chance for a spin up tornado or two in Mississippi, but I don't think it's needed for the 5% tornado risk there. But yeah, personally, I don't think the risk is verified just yet. But definitely was a strong tornado earlier. And I didn't anticipate that today, so hopefully that was just a tree ripper and didn't impact any homes. And that's really what matters. That is what matters ultimately, whether a risk verifies or not. What matters is, did anybody get impacted and injured from it? That's what ultimately should matter. So don't get too caught up into whether a risk verified or not. Because I know a lot of people, especially on Twitter, are very much caught up on that. Like, that is their obsession, whether or not the SPC was dead wrong or not. It looks like our main severe weather threat is really focused across central Arkansas now, really around the Little Rock area. Pull up 12Z Euro for a surprise. Oh, man. What Gigatroph's going to be on there? Euro has not been very good at the moment. Golly. Hey, that reminds me of April 26th last year. The way that trough ejects. But it ain't April, so. Yeah. There still could be severe, we're, like I said, we're going to probably be back here sometime this month to track severe weather and cover it, but there's so many different scenarios on it that I don't really want to go over saying what may or may not happen because there's a lot of uncertainty. So there's really no point in pulling up deterministic runs and saying severe weather is possible in said areas when they're literally going to change. But yeah, look at this. Actually, there's one GFS ensemble that's probably up there with the European deterministic. So yeah, you could see like the 27th and 28th. There's definitely a signal for some severe weather. So that will probably be another coverage live stream from about the 27th, 28th. That looks to be some days where it's really heightened there. Still no severes in southeast Missouri, so if you are in southeast Missouri, just some leftover 30 to 50 mile an hour wind gusts here in the blue. So if that doesn't re-strengthen at all, that's going to decrease the risk for severe weather in western Kentucky, southern Illinois, much of Indiana, southwest Ohio. You guys are all going to be on a lesser risk for severe storms because this line isn't strengthening as what some models were anticipating. Now, that doesn't change tomorrow much because, well, we're going to get more instability tomorrow, so the line will be able to re-intensify. So that doesn't, whether the line's weak or not, doesn't really matter as much for tomorrow's risk. A new severe thunderstorm warning out here for many Louisiana. Make sure you are indoors, away from doors and windows there. 60 mile an hour winds. Small severe out here in eastern Texas. 60 mile an hour winds, 1 inch hail. For Little Rock, let me see. Very heavy rain, frequent lightning. And it's hard to say what the line's going to do. It looks like it's on a weakening trend, but just if you're in Little Rock, in about maybe 30 or so minutes, you're going to start getting that heavy rain, frequent lightning, and 30 to 60 mile an hour wind gust. The worst is staying south of Little Rock right now with this storm. This storm seems to be the worst at the moment in terms of severe weather. Also, this one's south of Spark, man. 1.5 inch hail with that. St. Louis, just a lot of lightning around y'all, and that will be the case, as well as heavy rain for the next, at least minimum next 3 hours. Heavy rain will probably continue through much of the overnight hours. Northwest Louisiana. So, like Shreveport area, there's some lightning already in that area with 40 mile an hour winds there, so just be away from doors and windows if you're in that blue box there. And also watching the rest of northwest Louisiana just for some heavy rain and isolated wind gusts. It seems like this threat is kind of downtrended here. It seems like this threat is downtrended, and that's probably because the amount of convection we're seeing here, there's too many storms. Too many storms. Will there be a watch in West Tennessee? Maybe a low wind severe watch, but I don't know. That's hard to say. I didn't expect us to get a tornado watch in central Arkansas, but then everything started popping off, so they issued it. But I don't think so. Maybe a low-end severe watch, but that's about all I could see happening. I'm still pretty surprised we have a tornado watch in central Arkansas. There's going to be a couple people who could get wind gusts upwards of 60 miles per hour in West Tennessee tonight. It just depends how widespread that is. If we have a lot of, if we have a lot of severe storms or this line is still this large going into Tennessee, they'll probably pull a low-end severe watch. Just for precautions, just so people know, hey, severe weather's possible tonight. Yeah, that little pocket there south of Pleasant Hill in west central Louisiana. Make sure you are indoors, away from doors and windows in this severe, because that's definitely up to 60 mile an hour winds right there. Pretty good pocket of damaging winds. Little area of velocities here near Union Springs, Louisiana, but it seems like that's going to be undergoing a cell merge, so that will probably die out. But that does seem like a legitimate hook echo at the moment. So hopefully I'll remember to come back to that in about 5 minutes to see if it's still looking like that or not. Look north of Converse, Louisiana. Imagine that's what I just looked at and what you were talking about. Oh my word, it actually was, Sam. I did not see your comment. I did not see your comment, but yep. I just pointed that out too. Southern Indiana, very heavy rain overnight, gusty winds 30 to 60 miles per hour. Timing for you guys probably about midnight, especially if you're around Evansville. Now, if you're up towards like near Louisville, Kentucky, just north of the Kentucky border, that's going to be closer to about 1 a.m. right around there. Central Indiana, that's going to be probably about 1 a.m. as well. Right around 1 a.m., 30 to 60 mile an hour wind gust. Now, there is also the chance for like up to 1 inch hail and a brief tornado, but mainly it's 30 to 60 mile an hour wind gust that will be the problem tonight. Over a very large area. Let me show you real quick. Yeah, there's that wind risk. Huge yellow area. That's where we're expecting widespread 30 to 60 mile an hour winds. And then even in that brown area, we could still have 20 to 40, 50 mile an hour winds with a few gusts up to 60. And that goes into Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee, Alabama there. More severe is back out in Louisiana. Yep, tour possible, 1.25 inch hail and 60 mile an hour winds right there on the storm we pointed out. That's just barely south of Mansfield in western Louisiana. So up to 4 severes out here. 1, 2, 3, 4 severes right there. How do you feel about the invest in the Gulf? There is no invest in the Gulf. I'm pretty sure there's an invest in the MDR right now heading towards the Caribbean, but that's not going to be heading towards the Gulf. There's a potential for a tropical storm or hurricane in the central Caribbean as we go into late next week. Mid to late next week, but really there's not a whole lot of confidence on that. I think the NHC still has it at 30%. Yeah, not a whole lot of confidence on that. It's not going to be heading towards the U.S. despite what some people have said. Now, it doesn't hurt to watch it. It doesn't hurt to watch it, but the steering current is definitely favoring the system going towards Cuba, Dominican Republic, Haiti, maybe the Southeast Bahamas. At what strength, it's anybody's guess. Mobile, Alabama. Let's see here. So definitely quite a bit of overnight thunderstorms. Definitely, let's see, that's midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., about 4 a.m., 4 to 7 a.m. will be the worst. That's Eastern time. So 3 to 6 a.m. Central time will be the worst. A brief tornado, 30 to 60 mile an hour winds, and half-inch hail will be possible. Greenwood, Mississippi. Just look at some more towns whilst we're not dealing with much here. That is not Mississippi. All right, so yeah, you're kind of northwestern Mississippi. Very heavy rain, 30 to 60 mile an hour wind gust. Flash flooding could also be an issue. Up to 3 inches of rainfall out there, and it's going to be overnight. Storms start probably about, let's see, about 10 o'clock Eastern, 9 p.m. Central. 9 p.m. Central, storms begin. The worst of it will probably be around midnight Central, and then they don't get out of here till probably, 2 a.m. or so? Probably about 2 a.m. So definitely a pretty late event. Late and long duration. Shreveport, yeah, a lot of lightning and some gusty winds happening around Shreveport. Actually, really gusty winds happening over Woodstone, River Oaks right now on the southeast side of Shreveport. Upwards of 60 mile an hour winds there, even though we have a 40 mile an hour special weather statement, up to 60 mile an hour winds with that. And this will be the worst for Shreveport. The worst will be now for the next hour or so. And then there's a chance for some more isolated severe storms later tonight, close to 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock, rather. Let's see. Fishers, Indiana. Oh, so you're about to experience 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts with this first storm here. I didn't realize that just went through Indianapolis. So 50-mile-an-hour winds here in about any minute now, as well as heavy rain, frequent lightning. And that will be the first storm, and this will continue. There'll continue to be moderate to heavy rain for the rest of the day into the overnight hours, and there is a chance for a slightly stronger line, 50 to 60-mile-an-hour winds about midnight. I did see a new severe here. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds out here for Thornton. Thornton. In south central Arkansas, so be away from doors and windows there. Let me go up a little bit more. Did I do this area in Arkansas? Northeast Arkansas. You won't be getting it rough, really. You should be just heavy rain towards about 8 o'clock, maybe a gust of 30 to 60 miles an hour, but really should be pretty weak up there. I think you'll get lucky. Lufkin, Texas. Some isolated thunderstorms here in about an hour. Thunderstorms have already left your area, but there will be another round here in about an hour, hour and a half. Benton, Kentucky. Southwest Kentucky, definitely overnight. Same thing, 30 to 60 mile an hour winds, brief spin up tornado possible, probably about 10, 11 o'clock. Yeah, you're looking at a good about 5 hours still before storms get up there. Malvern, that's near Rockport. Worst of the storms already passed you. Isolated heavy rain over the next 5 hours or so. You'll get pockets of heavy rain here in about 30 minutes. That'll last for about another 30 minutes, and then you could have some clearing for a bit, and more heavy rain tonight. But the main severe storms with the tornado potential is past you now. I do want to keep an eye on this storm for 60 mile an hour winds and tornado potential going up to Wrightsville, Arkansas, just south of Little Rock. Want to watch that closely. Definitely right in here, just to see if it can get any spin going. Savannah, Tennessee. Let's see, South Central Tennessee. Line should be very weak by the time it gets to you. 30 mile an hour winds about midnight. Brief tornado can't be ruled out, but I doubt tornadoes will be much of an issue. West of Shreveport. Worst is definitely past, for sure. I would watch for the potential of more severe storms towards about 7 o'clock central. But I think the worst has passed. It really just depends. I'm not too confident in those additional storms firing, considering more storms have died out. But yeah, we'll have to watch this area for additional storms to develop. Let's see. As someone who doesn't have TV in Arkansas, appreciate your coverage. Well, thank you for being here. And thank you for the kind words. Thankfully, not a whole lot happening right now for tornadoes, but we are still tracking this damaging wind threat south of Little Rock. Just trying to get some forecasts in for people. Arkansas, Northeast Arkansas, yeah, probably going to dodge the worst of it. About 2 hours, 3 hours from now. Could get 30 mile an hour wind gusts, but really not a whole lot. Joplin stuff's already gone. Just leftover heavy rain. Another one in Arkansas, Cabot, Arkansas. Moderate rainfall for the next hour or so. Worst of it will be in about an hour, hour and a half. 30 to 60 mile an hour wind gust. Then after that, remnant heavy rain will be possible for another hour. So Again, heavy rain from, well, moderate rain from now till about 5:30 Central, and then about that time, the worst of it should be moving through, and that should be out of here an hour after that. So stay weather aware from now all the way till about 8 o'clock. Hello, Cruz. Glad to see you in here. Howell County, Missouri. Depending on where you are, West Plains pointing east. The worst of it is hitting you now, about 50-mile-an-hour winds. But it seems like that's weakened. So just moderate rain for the next hour, hour and a half, and then light rain after that. And things should be out of here after about 7 o'clock Central. Well, actually 6 o'clock Central. Shreveport, same thing like I've said for others in the area. Just keeping an eye on the severe threat, which is greatest over the next hour or so. Uncertainty on additional round firing here in about 2 hours or so around Shreveport. Let's see. Savannah, Tennessee. I think I did that. I'll just check. Yeah, I did. Lufkin, Texas. Tornado potential later. Nah. I think the worst is either on... Yeah, it's actually passing you. Heavy rain in about an hour, but the worst is past you. Weakley County and Tennessee. It takes me to Alabama, actually. Alright, we're going to switch over to this site, and if that doesn't work, alright, I got another backup plan. Always have a backup plan. Okay, that's Northwest Tennessee. That's up here. So you'll probably dodge the worst of it. 30 to 60 mile an hour wind gust. Brief tornado will be possible, but mainly winds. That will be close to 10 o'clock Central. Yeah, just a lot of heavy rain and isolated 30 mile an hour winds out here. Really not going to be getting the worst of it. There's a lot of rain, which is taking up all that instability. So storms push through before the main line. And what that does is those first storms take up the instability. And then the storms that are supposed to strengthen don't have any of that cape left. So they can't strengthen. Whoa, didn't mean to do that. So really our main storms are just these two storms here. One south of Little Rock and one for Floyd's in south central Arkansas. Detroit, nothing. Detroit's really not going to get in anything out of this. Just some heavy, moderate to heavy rain. Very, very late tonight and early tomorrow morning. Just a very miserable day tomorrow. Rain pretty much all day tomorrow. I don't think any of it will be severe. Let's see. Lake City. Arkansas. So northeast Arkansas, just northeast of Jonesboro. Again, really gonna dodge the worst of it because it's just an overconvection mess. So just a lot of rain for like 3 hours straight, starting in about 2 hours. But you could get some isolated 30 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts embedded in that. But really the worst will stay pretty much well south of you. Northeast Indiana, isolated 20 to 40 mile an hour wind gust. That will be overnight tonight. So best chance for that will probably be about 2 a.m. Eastern, right around there. Mississippi again. So that's south central Mississippi. You go all the way back down to Mississippi here. I think the worst will stay to the north of you. But if anything does get to you, it's going to be very late, probably 4 a.m. technically tomorrow morning. And it should be weak, 30, 40 mile an hour wind gust. I really think the worst will stay north of you. Alright, I'm going to go all the way to the bottom, so I might skip a few people. Western Pennsylvania tomorrow. Let's see. 30 to 40 mile an hour winds about 4 p.m. tomorrow. Wouldn't rule out a brief tornado, but really 30 to 40 mile an hour winds is the main threat. Hello, Chip. Glad to see you in here. Salem, Missouri. Probably getting the worst. Oh, actually done. Yeah, you are actually done with the worst severe storms. So that stuff hit you about 20 minutes ago was the worst. And now it's starting to clear out. It will be light rain for the next hour or so. And then after that, it could pick up a little bit. Burlington, Wisconsin. You're far up there. Yeah, southeast Wisconsin. Not going to be getting much. I think you are in the general thunderstorm risk. So you could get some thunderstorms and some light rain about 1 a.m. or so, right around there. Actually, heavy rain. Heavy rain, some thunderstorms about midnight, 1 a.m. And that's going to last all the way till early tomorrow, all the way till about noon or just before. Detroit, like I said, not going to get much. Just a lot of rain late tonight and all day tomorrow. Evansville, Indiana. 40 to 60, 30 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts tonight. Just depends on how strong that line is. It could be widespread 30 or widespread 60. Nobody knows. It just depends on how strong the line is. And the timing for it, definitely right around 10 o'clock Central, 11 p.m. Eastern. Bloomington, Indiana. Just a little bit to the northeast there. So a little later timing, midnight, right about midnight for you. Same hazard, 30, 60 mile an hour winds. Can't rule out a brief tornado out in these areas, but really it's so low that I'm not really mentioning it much. Oh, wow. Prime corridor for up to 80 mile an hour winds, 1.25 inch hail, and a few tornadoes, possibly even a strong tornado. A new tornado watch may be needed. That's out here in northern Louisiana, far southern Arkansas. A strong low amplitude shortwave trough is continuing to advance quickly across eastern Oklahoma and northern Texas. Large scale forcing ahead of this feature is firing a considerable amount of convection, potentially half a dozen supercells embedded within that convection, stretching from about central Arkansas all the way down to about central Louisiana. Convection is primarily linear, but embedded supercells will be possible. The more discrete activity further to the south in northern Louisiana will have a more buoyant air mass, and this activity should continue to intensify in the evening hours as the lower level jet continues to intensify across northern Louisiana into western Mississippi near sunset. With time, recovery is expected across northeast Louisiana and a portion of the mid-south as the lower level jet continues to push eastward. A more moist boundary should lift into Mississippi, allowing for higher tornado potential this evening. A new tornado watch may be warranted downstream. So to show you where that is, right in there. So possibility for a new tornado watch out in these areas here. Maybe even into Mississippi. So possibly that could be one big low-end potential tornado watch out in this region. And again, possibly a bit higher end of a severe threat there. So that's going to be going into the late evening hours and overnight. Memphis, not really getting much 30 to 60 mile an hour winds later today. Heavy rain will be the most widespread and biggest thing. That will be about 10 o'clock. Conway, I feel like that area is... Yeah, I feel like I just talked about that area, but the worst is passing you right now. Just moderate rain for the next hour or so. Let's see, around the Shreveport area, so worst severe threat is actually staying off to your southeast. Additional storms may fire in about 2 hours, and those could pose a higher threat for all hazards. So I would definitely be watching a little bit later. I'd be watching close to about 7 o'clock local. Yeah, that's going to be a late event too. Little Rock, Arkansas. Let's see. Yeah, a lot of lightning off to the south of Little Rock. A lot of lightning, 60 mile-an-hour winds, up to 1-inch hail there. But Little Rock really escaping it. The worst is definitely south. So mainly heavy rain, maybe 30 mile-an-hour wind gust, and a few lightning strikes over the next 30 minutes or so. Jackson, Tennessee. That's western Tennessee. About 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock tonight, right around there. 30 to 60 mile-an-hour winds, heavy rain, maybe a brief tornado. Brief tornadoes possible, but it's not the biggest threat. Winds will be the biggest threat as well as heavy rain. Owensboro, southern Indiana. So that's about 11 o'clock tonight, 30 to 60 mile-an-hour winds and moderate to heavy rain. Tornado threat is possible, but very low. Fishers, Indiana. Already did this area, but yeah, first line is hitting you now, actually passing you. 30 to 60 mile-an-hour winds late tonight, close to midnight, with heavy rain also. Brief tornado can't be ruled out, but the main tornado threat is it's very low up there. Another mesoscale discussion, huh? Let's see what we got. So for this area, it's southern Illinois. 30 to 60 mile-an-hour winds again. That's across the board, really. About 9 o'clock tonight. Heavy rain also highly likely. New mesoscale discussion. A severe thunderstorm watch will likely be issued for the potential of a brief tornado or two, 60 to 70 mile-an-hour winds, and 1-inch hail. And that's going to be across southern Illinois, southeastern Missouri, far northeastern Arkansas, and northwest Tennessee, as well as western Kentucky. Generally in that area, severe thunderstorm watch is likely to be issued. Again, tornado or two, 60 to 70 mile-an-hour winds, and 1-inch hail. How big is the hail? For Little Rock, pretty much none. Really, these storms aren't carrying large hail with them across Arkansas. Now, the far southern one, actually, for Floyd's, that might be carrying 1-inch hail. That actually looks pretty good for hail potential there. El Dorado, far south central Arkansas. So you guys are going to be getting severe weather for a while, all the way up until about 11 o'clock tonight. The worst is going to be between 6 p.m., which is here in about an hour, 6 p.m., all the way until about 10 p.m. As for Shreveport, there's a line of severe weather or clusters of severe weather around you right now. But there's a lot of uncertainty on how much they will strengthen and if we will see another round. There's the possibility for another round close to about 8 o'clock, 7, 8 o'clock tonight. So Shreveport is not done. You definitely want to be weather aware. You're remaining in that tornado watch for the next 4 hours, all the way up until about 10 o'clock Eastern, 9 o'clock local. So Shreveport, not sure exactly what you're going to get, but there's the potential for a lot of storms around your area. There's uncertainty on exactly where. Let's see here. Evansville. So about 11 o'clock tonight, 30 to 60 mile-an-hour winds, heavy rain. I mean, you could see like half-inch hail, but really that hail threat is very low. Let's see here. It's still Tor Possible tag there, but really that's an old severe. Around the Louisville area. So about, what is that? That's about 1 a.m. tonight. Heavy rain, 30 to 60 mile-an-hour winds. Now, some of you guys, some of y'all will see 10 mile-an-hour wind gusts that I've been mentioning. Some could see 30, some could see 60. It's very difficult to say exactly who. The main severe threat is definitely further south, mainly across Louisiana and eastern Texas for today, or tonight. Well, really across this entire area, even into Mississippi. We're getting some new data in over the next few minutes here, so I'll show you guys some a new run here just to generally show you what I'm thinking for tonight in just a moment. But yeah, if you guys haven't already and you're enjoying the stream, make sure you hit that like button and share the stream with your family, friends, social media. I appreciate all you guys being here. And again, if you haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button with the notification bell set to all so you know when I go live or upload a video. How do you donate to the channel? So there's a little money icon, 2 symbols to the right of where you normally chat if you want to donate. But you don't have to. Just simply being here is a supporting the channel. And then liking it supports it more. Subscribing supports more. We did just get a new severe tornado possible tag in south central Arkansas here. So this is that tail end Charlie we've been talking about. 1.5 inch hail, 60 mile-an-hour winds, and a tornado possible tag there. That hail is probably the biggest threat. 1.5 inch hail there going into Floyce and Thornton, south central Arkansas. I don't really see the biggest tornado potential with that, considering it's kind of embedded in a mess, but it is Tor possible. So if you're in that area, Floyce, Kingsland, Risen, Thornton, Bearden, just make sure you're indoors, away from doors and windows, and close to your safe spot, just in case this does become tornadic. You think we'll get a new watch soon? Yep. I think we'll get a new severe watch here probably before 7 o'clock Eastern. Probably across this area in here. As for the tornado watch, I think they'll hold off on that for a while. For the tornado watch there, if it's needed in more of Louisiana, Mississippi, Southeast Arkansas. They'll probably hold off as long as possible. Maybe till around 8 Eastern on that one. Alright. So still a couple severes. We've got 2 severes up here in Arkansas. 2 storms that are severe. This one's actually about to expire. So really we're only going to be left with this severe storm in Arkansas. And then a few severes in Louisiana. So this was that little quiet moment I was talking about. Talking about how, we go from not as many severe warnings earlier, and then we popped off with 2 tornado warnings, that strong tornado, and then that huge line of 60 mile-an-hour severes. And now we've kind of calmed down. We're down to about 1 Tor possible severe, and then really a partially severe storm. Really, this is the only severe storm I'm concerned about in Louisiana. This one's dying. This one's dying down over here. So really just 2 storms to watch, 1 Tor possible, 1 for 1 inch hail, 60 mile-an-hour wind. So a little bit of a quiet spell right now. And I'd expect that's going to change in about 3 hours or so. I think Lake City, Arkansas is still safe from tornadoes. I mean, you're not fully safe, but it's a very low chance for tornadoes. Like, very low chance. Could see a brief spin-up tornado. It's a very low risk for a tornado. And the chance of that being in Lake City around your area is very low, so. Mainly just got to worry about heavy rain, frequent lightning, 30 or so mile-an-hour winds. Gracious, David, thank you for the $50 donation. My goodness, that is crazy. That's the highest donation in months. I really appreciate that. Thank you. $50 super chat from David right there. Really, really appreciated. That's crazy. That is very crazy. Wayne, Arkansas. Let's see. Feeding tea, are she good tonight? Let's see. So yeah, you're in eastern Arkansas. Spin up tornado, but mainly 30 mile-an-hour winds and heavy rain, frequent lightning here towards about 8 o'clock. Thank you again, David, for the $50 donation. That is crazy, dude. All I did was tell you about your general area. That's crazy, dude. I really appreciate it. That is insane. I can't tell you how long it's been since I've seen a $50 donation. That is wild. That is wild. And also thank you, KG, for the $5 sticker. Appreciate it. Appreciate that greatly. So yeah, Louisville area, not going to be seeing like a whole lot tonight. Really just expecting very heavy rain, mainly around that midnight time frame or so, maybe a little after. And that's going to linger through much of the night and even into tomorrow. Tomorrow morning will be clear, but then there will be more rain tomorrow afternoon, light rain. The main severe threat, your best chance for that 30 to 60 mile an hour winds and spin up tornado will be just probably after midnight. David, I haven't seen that on the new so YouTube's done this new XP thing. The max I've seen is about 600. You are currently at 2,575 XP for this live stream. That's the new thing they added a while ago. It's really weird how it works, but super chats get you a lot of XP. 2,500. I don't know if I've ever seen that in any chat. That's crazy. I gotta screenshot that. 2,500 XP. I wish there was more, like it'd give you rewards for it or something, but that's just something YouTube does. They give you a little crown for the live stream, then when I end it resets. But again, thank you, KG, for the $5 donation and David for the 50. Let's see, Cave City, Arkansas. Oop, hold on, I'll get that one in just a second. Sherwood, Arkansas. So Sherwood, yeah, gonna be pretty windy. Maybe 20 mile an hour wind gust here in about 10 or so minutes. Very heavy rain over the next couple hours or so. Heaviest rain will be over the next hour. So damaging winds, maybe 30 miles per hour or so. Higher wind gusts could be possible over the next 30 minutes. Heaviest rain over the next hour. Some lightning strikes in the next 30 minutes. And then moderate to heavy rain for the next, really the rest of the night. All right, Cave City, Arkansas. Wanted to get to that one. Yeah, just moderate rain and isolated heavy rain, isolated lightning strikes for the next 3 or so hours up there. I can't rule out 30 mile an hour wind gust, and there could be a spin up tornado somewhere up in northeast Arkansas, but the chance that's near you is very, very low. Poplar Bluff, Missouri. Let me fix that. Missouri. Yeah, so you're going to be in a severe watch here. We'll probably see that issued in about an hour or so, maybe a little less. 60 mile an hour winds, heavy rain, frequent lightning. That will all be in about an hour and a half or so. So just get ready for that. Just main thing is don't be outside. You'll be fine. You still got a good 30 minutes of, pretty much nothing happening. Ripley, Tennessee. That's far west Tennessee. So that's about 9 o'clock tonight, 30 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts, very heavy rain. Can't rule out a spin up tornado, but that tornado threat, again, fairly on the lower side of things. Almost enough frames in on that model run. We're getting a new HRRR here, so I'll show you guys simulated radar in a bit. Hot Springs, Arkansas, I'm assuming. Yeah, just some light to moderate rain for the next hour, hour and a half or so, and then you're good. Not really going to be getting your severe threats really over. It is over at this point. Poplar Bluff, 30, 60 mile an hour winds here in about an hour. Frequent lightning, very heavy rain. What time will I see my severe weather? I know yours is going to be late, Girl Dev. So yours will be close to probably, what, 10 o'clock? Yeah, about 10 o'clock central, 30 mile an hour winds, heavy rain, maybe some lightning. I really don't see much tornado potential up there. That's why I've just said a brief spin up tornado somewhere, because I don't see a lot of tornado potential up in central or southern Indiana. Yeah, there we go. Now we're down to the few severes that I was thinking. So we've got that one severe. That is a lot of lightning. That's a lot of lightning with this severe warning in Hall Summit, Louisiana. 1-inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds, very heavy rain, very frequent lightning over the next hour or so. A little random severe with this small storm up in Farmersville, northeast Arkansas. 1-inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds. And then our strongest storm is in Floyce, Arkansas, but it is on a weakening trend. 1.5-inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds, and potentially even a tornado there. Tornado is possible, so be away from doors and windows, close to your safe spot. I don't think that will be producing an imminent tornado anytime soon. It doesn't look really that great, but it is possible because it has that curvature look to it. So just in case they put that possible tag on it. The SPC said 80% chance, which is a very high chance of a severe watch out in this area, like this general area tonight, really over the next hour or so. But honestly, I don't see it being needed because we only have one special weather statement that's about to expire. The main threat in this area is just very heavy rain, frequent lightning, and we could see a couple gusts of 30 to 50 and maybe an isolated gust upwards of 60 out here. Okay, hold on. Let me go up. Appreciate the kind words, David. And again, appreciate that $50 donation. So up here, wow, that's a lot of rainfall. So up in this area, it's just a lot of heavy rainfall for the next couple hours. Flooding will probably be your biggest issue. Some lightning will be possible. I wouldn't expect much more than about 20 mile an hour wind gusts with this. Because really the main severe threat is with this back here, and that's already past you. That's already to your east. Let's see, another area from Missouri. Wait, why did that not even come up as a name? What? Hold on, I'm going to go to my backup over here. Obviously, it's a name here. Okay, that's like southeast Missouri. Hold on, let me find that area. Let me find Centerville. Yep, there it is. So lightning, heavy rain, and 30 mile an hour winds or so over the next hour or so. After that, moderate to light rainfall over the next 2 hours. That's southeastern Missouri there. Wilford, Arkansas. Yeah, very heavy rain. Some lightning, especially over the next hour or so. Could get a gust up to 30 over the next hour. After that, heavy rain lingers for 2 to 3 hours. Thankfully, the tornado threat, so far the tornado threat has been relatively underperforming across the board, across all these areas, with the exception of southwest Missouri, or rather, yeah, southwest Missouri, southwest Arkansas. We had a strong tornado in southwest Arkansas, and then an unwarned tornado north of Springfield earlier. But really, it's been underperforming across the board. Boonville, Mississippi. So that's far northeast Mississippi. Let's see. Yeah, it could be pretty rough overnight tonight. Could get pretty rough. Very heavy rain, 30 to 60 mile an hour winds, and a brief tornado will all be possible. The main threat is by far that rainfall and wind gust threat. Right around, heavy rain starts probably about midnight, 11 a.m., midnight, 11 a.m., 11 p.m., midnight tonight. And then those winds will probably be the highest closer to 1, 2 a.m. Greenwood, Mississippi. So that's about west central Mississippi there. Hold on, let me close some tabs. I've got like 6 different things open over here. There we go. So, yeah, Greenwood, that's a little bit north there. Very heavy rain, 60 mile an hour winds, a brief tornado, all possible right around midnight to 2 a.m. your time. Marble Hill, Missouri. Well, if you're in Missouri, that tornado potential is lower now. Yeah, it's main threat's definitely 30 to 60 mile an hour winds, heavy rain, and some lightning. Can't fully rule out a tornado somewhere in southeast Missouri tonight, but tornado threat is very low. The highest chance for that will probably be right about, let's see, probably right about 7:30 around there, 7:30 Central, 7:30 Central, as the storms really first hit you. Let's see, there we go. I'm trying my best not to skip over people, but I'm accidentally doing it, and I'm going back now. So, this area, South Central Missouri, worst storms have already passed. Could still linger for the next 15 or so minutes. And then light to moderate rain for the next 2 to 3 hours. Main threat's already passed. Arkansas. So that's northeast Arkansas. Some lightning here in about an hour. 30 mile an hour winds in about an hour or so. And then after that, it's going to be a lot of moderate to heavy rain for a good 3 hours or so. So a lot of rain tonight and some lightning, maybe some gusty winds at first here in about an hour, hour and a half. Go to the backup over here. So you're on the northwest side of St. Louis. Very heavy rain, some gusty winds of maybe 20, 30 miles per hour, but that heavy rain and some lightning will linger for the next maybe 5 hours. It's going to be a while before you're in the clear up there. Mountain View, Missouri. Yep, you're in the clear. Actually, rain cleared out a lot faster than I was thinking. Look at that. Rainfall didn't linger, like, at all. Oh, there it goes. Is it? It's glitching. Yeah, just some light rain right now. These rain showers are leaving in a hurry. So maybe some moderate rain here in about 30 minutes out of this batch, but the worst is by far past. Let me go up a bit. I've seen some little areas of rotation up here in St. Louis, or south of St. Louis, but none of them are really solid. Just little regions to keep an eye on. Easily could have missed a couple tornadoes under the radar. All right, I do want to go over the newest model data here. That way I can give you guys a look at what we're expecting or what's a possibility tonight. Instead of speaking it, I can show you it. So this is generally what the radar looks like now. We have that stronger storm on the tail end, Charlie, south of Little Rock. We have the big mess that is in southeastern Missouri that I really don't think needs a severe watch, but they're probably going to do it anyways. And then we have that area the SPC is talking about issuing a new tornado watch for going into eastern Louisiana, western Mississippi. So over the next hour or so, I really expect this stuff to congeal up into a messy, disorganized line. Like I was saying, 30, 60 mile an hour winds possible, maybe a brief spin up tornado. The greatest threat tonight definitely going to be on the end of this, northern Louisiana, western Mississippi, even into far northeastern Texas. And then going into, this is about 9 o'clock Eastern, 8 p.m. Central. You could see stuff really starts to reorganize at this point, starting to get that line a little bit more organized here in southern Illinois, northern Mississippi, western Tennessee. That's where you could get some of those wind gusts up to 60. Additional convection starting to fire back out here about 9 o'clock Central Time around Shreveport. And it's a very favorable environment out here. This is a really favorable environment for a multiple spin-up tornadoes, possibly even a strong tornado tonight, around 9 to midnight Central Time out around Shreveport, Louisiana. This is 11 o'clock Eastern, 10 o'clock local, and you can see, thankfully, things rapidly congeal up into a clustered mess. So if storms stay more discreet, big issue tonight around Shreveport towards 9, 10 o'clock. But if they congeal quickly into this mess, that's really good. So hopefully that happens. But either way, widespread 30 to 60 mile an hour winds all the way from west central Indiana. This is about 10 o'clock Central, all the way down into eastern Texas. And then going up forward a little bit, really a lot of this stuff just congeals up into a mess. So that's where your tornado potential could be maximized about 3, 4 a.m. tonight. You could see a confluence band here pushing north, so that would bring a tornado risk to these areas in here, and as well as with that squall line, that would be where your main risk is for tornadoes, from that about 3 to 6 a.m. time frame tonight. It'd be across Mississippi, western Alabama. That's pretty strong there across Alabama. Pretty good amount of 30 to 50 mile an hour wind gusts with that, even going into 4 a.m. there. Yeah, you could see some spots up to about 50 knot wind gusts, so that's close to 55 miles per hour there. And then further north, for those who are wondering, who may not have seen it up in Indiana because it was too far south, again, line really starts to strengthen close to, give or take, 10 o'clock, right around there, 10 o'clock Eastern. And you can see how messy this is. That's why I've been saying 30 to 60 mile an hour wind gust here. Only a few isolated downdrafts in here will be able to produce those 60 mile an hour wind gusts. Very, very isolated 60 mile an hour wind gusts out there. And again, just on the timing on that real quick. So this is going to be in Central Time. So that's 8, 9, 10, 11, midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m. By 3 a.m., everything is just moderate rainfall. You're down to probably 10 to 15 mile an hour wind gusts there. Pretty rough, though, out there towards central Alabama. That would be bad. That would be really, 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 really bad. A north to south orientation line right there. That would very much favor a couple tornadoes in central Alabama tonight. Yeah, pretty good environment too, so hopefully that doesn't happen. That more north to south orientation for a line is more favorable for tornadoes. When you're northeast to southwest like this, that's not as favorable because southeasterly winds can't get around it too well. When you're on a north to south axis, southeasterly winds can kind of pull hook echoes up and around, and then thus increasing tornado potential. So north to south orientated lines are more favorable for tornadoes than northeast to southwest. So that's why I was saying that's really bad. Don't want to see that tonight. And this is gracious. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is 4 to 5 a.m. 4 to 5 a.m. in the dead of night across the border there of Mississippi and Alabama. So hopefully that doesn't happen. Just, especially if you're in the deep south, especially in here, make sure you have your weather radios on tonight, phones charged, plugged in, and they're on just in case we get any of those warnings tonight, because we could see a few tornadoes overnight. I wouldn't even rule out a strong tornado. especially if we get more discrete storms in northern Louisiana, or we get that north to south orientated line out there in Alabama/Mississippi. When do you believe our next severe weather event will be? So probably the 27th and 8th. Between the 27th, 28th, 29th, right around that time frame. Right around there. Magnolia, Arkansas. Wait, hold on. I'll do, yeah. Yeah, you're pretty much in the clear. You're really in the clear. Storms, man. Storms cleared out fast out here. Still want to watch for the potential of severe weather in the next 3 hours or so in this area, but the worst is clearing. And I believe past. Poplar Bluff. Ooh, that's a big special weather statement right there. Yeah, over the next 40 minutes or so, especially in about 30 minutes, 50-mile-an-hour wind gust, some lightning, and very heavy rain. Wouldn't rule out a brief tornado, but the worst is going to be those damaging winds. And same for that area, just instead of 30 minutes, closer to 45 minutes. Look at the latest mesoanalysis in East Texas, pull a sounding somewhere out there. Let's see here. Mesoanalysis, we did get the new one in. Yeah, very favorable. Very, very favorable. So this is in eastern Texas, just southwest of that convection. What's the wind shear look like? Ooh, not favorable in the 0 to 1 kilometer department. Still struggling on that. So that's going to be your limiting factor tonight. 83, 80. Man, 40. That's your limiting factor. But that lower level jet is going to be pushing in later tonight. And when that happens, that could increase the lower level wind shear. And then we could have a better chance for some isolated tornadoes, possibly even a strong one. And again, that will mainly be focused across like this area in here. Potential for line-embedded tornadoes and possibly even a strong one across central Mississippi, western Alabama. And a couple discrete storms could produce tornadoes across northern Louisiana. Alrighty, I'm not going to end yet, but I'm going to take a very brief break because I haven't gotten out of this chair in over 4 hours, and that's unhealthy. So bear with me. Just give me like literally about 30 minute. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. I got to at least stretch a bit. So I'll be right back in just a minute, and then we'll continue coverage for a bit longer here. And yeah, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I'll make sure he's back in exactly a minute. Well, tell me. What was I? Might have been a little longer. Yeah, but only 3 severes here, so... Yeah, we're just going to continue to watch these storms. See how they progress. I will say one thing. And let's just check the HRRR on this here. This is a lot of convection. So this convection should tamper with the atmosphere a lot more than probably what the HRRR is thinking. So this is really good. seeing a lot of storms tampering with the environment that is possibly going to be used up tonight. So hopefully that can help decrease our tornado threat a bit. But we'll watch it. I think Pensacola's going to get weather tonight. Let's see. Might be tomorrow morning at that point. Yeah, I mean, we're looking at what? That's noon, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Yeah, about 5 a.m. 5, 6 a.m. storms roll through. Light to moderate rainfall at first, maybe some heavier rain closer to 6, 7 o'clock. Oh my goodness, don't even. I'll tell you, 6, 7 o'clock a.m. And then going on into about maybe 11, there could be a better chance for a wind gust up to 30 miles an hour. So light rain at first, some heavier rain then in the early morning, and then maybe about 10 a.m. could get some wind gusts close to 30 miles an hour. But nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. I wouldn't rule out a brief tornado somewhere in Florida tomorrow, but the chance that's in your area is very low. Sorry, just realized we probably had 2 unwarned tornadoes about 20 minutes ago up here in Indiana. Where? Let's see. Find. Okay, so no way. Northern? Is this the right area? There's New Paris. I'm gonna try to get an analysis radar up there. Try to get an analysis radar up there to see if that can go back 30 minutes or not. So apparently this was in northern Indiana. Possibly 2 unwarned tornadoes. So this was about, let's see, 2150Z, right around there. So that's like right here. Oh. Well, would you look at that? 2 low precipitation reflectivity values right there. Not low enough to where it's corruption. That northern one a little bit higher there. 100. Look at that. 100% debris bowl. According to radar, 100% on the northern one and just 1 pixel of 100% on the southern one. And there is spectrum width values on that southern one. So might have had 2 unwarned tornadoes here on an outflow boundary in far north central Indiana. Wouldn't have guessed that one today. And that was about 30 minutes ago. A little more than 30 minutes ago at this point. So random land spout in Illinois. Potentially 2 tornadoes in northern Indiana. Unwarned tornado north of Springfield, Missouri. And a strong tornado in southwest Arkansas. Pretty crazy day. Pretty crazy day. I don't think the risk fully performed in Missouri, and especially Missouri, central and northern Arkansas. I don't think it fully performed, and I do not expect it to perform much at all in southeast Missouri, central Arkansas, all the way up through Indiana, Tennessee. I don't think it will perform much in this area. I don't think much of this area will verify for severe weather tonight. A little bit questioning down here, but I do think we could see a couple tornadoes, maybe even a strong tornado or 2, depending on how things evolve overnight down in this area. And then I wouldn't rule out a brief tornado somewhere along the coastline overnight tonight into tomorrow morning. 5 tornadoes at most today. Of course, I have to survey and see how many they confirm. But if we take like all the debris signatures we've seen, and we assume, which is never a good thing, we assume they were tornadoes, that's 5. Even then, that's not an outbreak. And here's the big thing. An outbreak is not 6 tornadoes in a day. An outbreak is a regional, small-scale tornado outbreak is 6 tornadoes in a general, like, close vicinity in the same 24-hour time frame. So, say, like, we had 6 tornadoes in central Arkansas as well as northern Louisiana. In this entire area, we had 6 tornadoes. That would probably be considered a very regional tornado outbreak. But since we had a tornado up here in Illinois, maybe 2 in northern Indiana, maybe 2 in southwest Missouri, and then our strong one for sure in Arkansas, that's only 5. Assume we get one more tonight. That's too spread out. That can't count as an outbreak. That's way too spread out. That's over 1, 2, 3, 4, and then probably going to get at least one down here. 5 states. That won't be qualified as an outbreak by any means. So a small-scale tornado outbreak is indeed, even though you don't think it is, it actually is about 6 tornadoes. When you think outbreak, you're probably thinking, you know, I don't know, 30 plus tornadoes. I'm trying to think here. Probably about 30 plus tornadoes is, you know, a big tornado outbreak. And then super outbreaks, there's no real definition for that, but definitely, definitely a lot of tornadoes. Somewhere probably around 100, if not more. Indiana looking not bad. Not bad. Moderate, light to moderate rainfall across central southwest Indiana as well as into eastern Indiana at the moment. Worst rain will definitely be overnight tonight into tomorrow morning. 30 to 60 mile an hour winds will be possible with that as well. Right around midnight, 1 a.m. in central Indiana. It should weaken. It actually might strengthen by the time it gets to central or western Alabama. By the time it gets to Alabama, it might strengthen a bit. I think 30 to 60 mile an hour winds is very much possible across Alabama tonight into tomorrow morning. Main area would be central and northern Alabama. Definitely up in here. The southern half probably won't get as much. Might have been 2 tornadoes up in northern Indiana. I don't know for certain. Radar had 2 little areas, but nobody's confirmed it yet. Scottsboro. Let's see. Alabama. I think you'll be good. You're in far northeast Alabama. I can tell you it'll be very early tomorrow, like probably 6 a.m., maybe 5 a.m. up there. You could get 30, 40 mile an hour wind gusts. So I think you'll be fine. Main threat's heavy rain. And like I said, 30 to 40 mile an hour wind gust. We could get 30 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts back towards Birmingham, pointing to the west. But you're pretty far northeast. Let's see. So east central Indiana here. You're going to get some heavy rain, maybe 20 mile an hour wind gust here over the next 20 minutes or so. And then the worst will be later tonight, overnight tonight, probably close to 1, 2 a.m. Heavy rain, 30 to 60 mile an hour wind gust. Southern Ohio. I don't think you're going to get a lot, but if you do get anything, it will be it'll be like right in the morning tomorrow. So if you're like near Cincinnati, it will be close to 7 a.m. And the more east you get, the later it gets. I'd say the highest potential is in western Ohio towards about 6, 7, again, a.m. in southwest Ohio, right around Cincinnati. South central Ohio is probably the least potential for severe weather. And in southeastern Ohio, about 2 p.m., you have a chance there for severe weather. Because storms will be approaching Cincinnati, and then once they get east of Cincinnati, they will weaken. And then midday, they will re-strengthen again in eastern Ohio. I promise it's not on purpose. It's literally just the time frames, I'm telling you. Oh, 18Z GFS agrees with the Euro. Let's see. Because the 12Z had like nothing way too far south. Yep, definitely similar. Oof. Now that would be an outbreak in Oklahoma if that were to happen. But that is 228 hours out. There's a lot of stuff that's going to change between now and then. We can barely even predict what's going to happen 2 hours in the future, let alone 220 hours out. Give me a moment, y'all. Okay. Yeah, it's different, but it's completely different than the 12Z. It's more in line with the Euro's severe weather potential. My question is, what does the GFS ensemble have? Eh. That's not very consistent. It's definitely painting a Southern Plains event. So we're going to have to watch the Southern and Central Plains. So like Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, maybe even Arkansas. Going into October 27th through the 29th, general time frame. So I'll be watching that behind the scenes over the next few days. I don't know when our next live stream will be. I know it won't be tomorrow. I know I'm busy Tuesdays, so I don't know. I don't know. I might end up taking a bit of a break again, just before anything else pops off here, because we're gonna be pretty inactive. Tomorrow we have the isolated damaging wind threat, but I mean that's a very low wind threat. Only a couple people are going to be getting severes tomorrow, and outside of tomorrow, we have isolated maybe 1 or 2 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts in the far northeast on Monday. So not much tomorrow, not much Monday. A little bit of snow Tuesday in North Dakota, some rain in the central and northeast U.S. on Tuesday and Wednesday, but it won't be severe. And then finally, we get a trough going into Friday, almost a week out, and there could be some severe weather across Texas, Oklahoma, Louisiana, Southwest Arkansas, going into Thursday and Friday next week, this upcoming week, about a week out from now. The good news is that's a very, very weak trough, so the main threat, even if it is on the higher end, it would be a brief tornado or two, 60, 70-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch hail. Even if the trough somehow does manage to get a bit stronger, it still wouldn't be the biggest severe threat. And it would be a linear mode too, so next week is probably our next severe weather threat. Like I said, Thursday, Friday, across the deep south and far southern plains. And then after that, going on into right on into the next threat, between the 27th and the 29th. So inactive for a couple days. Mid this week will be the most inactive. Wednesday would definitely, Wednesday will be the most inactive day of this upcoming week for sure. Actually, could get some snow up in New York and Pennsylvania on Thursday, depending on how that jet stream interacts. Definitely some cooler air up there in the Northeast. All right, still down to just 3 severes out here. Waiting to see if we get a severe watch from the Storm Prediction Center here. I was anticipating it right around now. So, they may not end up issuing it because the line isn't like the strongest. I don't know. Is it for 50 mile-an-hour winds? Yeah, 50 mile-an-hour winds. I'm kind of 50-50 on if they'll do that or not. Think Northeast Alabama is going to be bad? Nope. I don't think so. Is it dark outside yet? No, it's not. It's about to be, though. It's getting dark earlier and earlier every single night. Yeah, so I don't think we're going to be here for too much longer, honestly. So, again, if you haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button with a notification bell set to all. So you know when our next stream or video will be. The main area to watch tonight is the southeastern U.S. Is that right? Gracious day, I didn't realize we had so many people in here today. That's crazy. Well, we got to almost 550 people at one point, and we're still over 300. Let's see. I have not been paying attention at all to that stuff. I've just been doing my thing here. Yeah, we've gotten, oh wow. We've gotten over 120 subscribers today. Gracious day, that's the third time this year we've gotten over 100 subscribers, and I don't think we've ever had a stream this popular in this channel's history in October. I don't think so, because this is gonna, let's see, 1 2 3 4 5, yeah, this will go down as the 6th most popular live stream, and that shows you, this good of a live stream being in 6th place, that shows you how much support this channel has gotten this year. This live stream is in 6th place for the most popular this year. That shows you how much support this channel's gotten. And honestly, 4 of those, the top 4 are in the last like 3 months. So that's like insane. That is crazy. One of those we did a 10-hour stream for. I'm not sitting here for 10 hours. I'm not going to wait into the overnight hours. I'm going to go breathe some fresh air, because these severe storms, that's a very low end severe, low end severe, low end, that's about to expire severe. So when we end here, I mean, there's probably going to be maybe 1, 2 severes left. But I'm glad I got to stay longer. I did miss my favorite track. I love Talladega. I did miss the Xfinity race today, so I'm a little upset on that. But I can rewatch the replay. They'll upload it tomorrow, so I got 2 races now to watch tomorrow. Rewatch the one that happened today and watch the one tomorrow. Was it worth it? Definitely. I wanted to do a long live stream, that way I could answer a bunch of questions. You saw I was, for like almost an hour, I was going through everybody's towns there, telling you what could happen. It'll be bad for West Tennessee. No. Nah. Really, every minute that goes by, my confidence gets less and less for any more severe threat out there. Very heavy rain, 30, 40 mile-an-hour winds about 9, 10 o'clock tonight. Definitely weaker at the moment. Now, there is a chance for some strengthening overnight. Like, they should stay very weak for the next 3 hours, but once they pass Memphis, there's a chance they intensify a bit. There's a chance these storms intensify a bit once they go past Memphis. Still surprised by how big the 5% tornado risk was today by the Storm Prediction Center. I'm still surprised by that. Go to my community post. What did I do? Why? I'm at my community post. What'd you do? Found this for me? Uh-oh. What virus are you gonna give me? What is this? Caleb, what did you send me? I'm so confused. Oh, we did get a new severe for 60 mile-an-hour winds. Yep, you can see the higher velocities in this area. So up to 60 mile-an-hour winds here for Arcadia in north central Louisiana. So we're down to 3 severes. I said 1 or 2. I didn't expect a new severe there. Plot twist. But the good news is, again, we're seeing all this overconvection in here. So I'm hoping that that will allow for a less potent environment tonight. It should. In theory, it should. But the problem is there's a lot of instability available out here. So like this area is definitely, it's less on instability. It's still at 2,000 even with all these storms ongoing. So once that main cold front pushes through tonight, it's gonna spark some severe weather. I'm just hoping that the cold front is strong enough to where it pushes everything upscale. Like what we saw here. Everything went upscale very quickly, and so it just went up into a messy blob of some severe storms, but mainly heavy rain and some lightning. So, yeah. Do you think that these storms will really ramp up after lower level jet ramps up? I don't think it will rapidly ramp up, but I do think the lower level jet will help strengthen some of these storms as they go into Mississippi, as well as West Tennessee and Central Tennessee very late tonight. I think the lower level jet could end up increasing the tornado. That's a big severe warning right there. It could end up increasing the tornado threat if storms are discrete enough across north central Louisiana. But really, I think the main threat with that lower level jet, it's going to increase the damaging wind threat from very low where it is now to 60 to 70 miles per hour overnight. And then if we do get any discrete storms, or if we do get a north to south orientated line in Mississippi or Alabama, then that lower level jet will help a tornado threat increase. Yeah, new severe thunderstorm warning there. Some strengthening on our line has occurred in the last about 30 minutes or so. You could see a big bow echo that is formed across eastern Arkansas. Little areas of velocity you might want to pay attention to up here. So your line is already strengthening a little bit here, but it will weaken again. It will probably weaken again, strengthen again, and then finally weaken. So this is just probably a brief intensification period, and then it's going to weaken again. So like I mentioned before, just like I mentioned before, where things die out and then strengthen again. And then they'll probably die out and then strengthen again and then die out. And then we'll go on into tomorrow afternoon's threat across the mid-Atlantic and Northeast. Why is Legacy's comment on one chat but not on the other chat? There we go. Hello, Legacy. Welcome to the stream. We could still see a strong tor, yes. If we get a discrete storm tonight or north to south orientated line, we could still see one. On Streamlabs, it didn't say you commented, and then on the YouTube studio live chat, it said you did. So yeah, Poplar Bluff, southeastern Missouri. About 30 minutes. This line is really slow. Yeah, this thing was supposed to be all the way in Bloomfield right now. It is very, very slow. So still about 20 minutes from now, you'll have a chance for 30-mile-an-hour winds, very heavy rain, and some lightning. Yeah, notice how they're still keeping that tornado watch in Texas. So they just disextended. This entire severe watch was just disextended, but they're keeping that tornado watch in Texas because they know once that cold front comes through, there is a chance for additional storms to fire. Yeah, like I see, your threat is late. Like, probably 1 a.m., 2 a.m. your time. Very late. England to Arkansas, let's check. Yeah, I was looking at that. A little bit stronger on that newest scan, actually. Let's get the analysis radar on that. Yeah, watch these two areas closely. That area with just a few pixels of rotation, and then this is a more broad, larger area of rotation. This is another bookend vortice here trying to form. You can see that large area. Large area there of convection. So watch that as it moves off to the east, northeast, and then also watch that broader area of rotation back here. And then damaging winds is definitely maximized for 60 to maybe 65 miles per hour right in here. This is in eastern Arkansas. We are in eastern Arkansas. We started the stream in eastern Oklahoma, and we are now in eastern Arkansas. Look at that. Yeah, NATOcast. I can't English now. NATOcast hasn't done good today, and probably won't do good for the rest of the night either. So, I mean, the first tornado we had, it was in a 2%, and then the next one, the one in Southwest Arkansas, NATOcast did have it on 5%, and then up there in Illinois and Indiana, yeah, it missed those two sneaky tornado threats. So NATOcast hasn't really done good. Really, the only thing that did good, in my opinion, was the CSU 0Z initiation for today, which had a 5% in western Arkansas, which didn't really verify that much, but then it had a 2% everywhere else. So it didn't overdo tornado probs. It did have a bit too high of probs in western Arkansas. That should have been a little bit more to the south. Yeah, so our main severe weather here, law enforcement reported down trees, power lines down as well. And then law enforcement reports tree down north of, I ain't trying that one. Both of those are in western Louisiana. Also this one too. So this storm has really been knocking down some trees and power lines here, huh? Quite amount of wind reports from that storm. Yeah, we're up to 10 reports now. We also had tree damage reported in southwestern Arkansas from that strong tornado. As of now, that only says tree damage, so hopefully no homes were hit from that strong tornado. Yeah, none of these are tight enough to warrant tornado warnings or anything like that, but still just want to keep an eye on this. Generally, just this entire area right here. Just really that whole area of velocity signatures. The good news is the environment is way less favorable here in about like 30 minutes to an hour in eastern Arkansas. The environment rapidly rapidly becomes less favorable. So these storms, whilst they are, a little bit thriving at this point, in about an hour or so, 30 minutes to an hour, they should all rapidly weaken in eastern Arkansas. Those storms in Louisiana, they'll continue to struggle for an hour or so till that cold front arrives in about 2 hours, and then we could have that additional tornado threat develop. Yeah, but northern Arkansas, I mean, really, we haven't had like pretty much anything north of Little Rock, right? Like this entire area has just had really nothing. I remember like maybe 2 severes up there, but not a lot at all. Much of our activity has been in southern Missouri, right up in here. Oop, a little bit more north. Right up in here. And back down in southwest Arkansas. And also in northwest Louisiana, right around Shreveport. I've used Pivotal Weather off of stream, but I don't use it on stream, and I don't use it nearly as much as other sites. It's definitely one of my least used weather sites. Let's see here. Dover, Tennessee. Let me see. There we go. How many do you think we've missed in terms of tornadoes? I have no idea. I have no idea. I don't think we missed too many. There might have been like 1 or 2 that snuck under the radar, but I don't think we missed many. So, yeah, 30 to 60 mile an hour winds tonight, about 11 o'clock central. Very heavy rain possible as well. So just be weather aware just in case. Brief tornadoes also possible, but that tornado threat's very low. Martin, Tennessee, I'm assuming you're talking about. If that's the case, that's northwest Tennessee. Severe weather rolls through about 10 o'clock your time. 30 to 60 mile an hour winds and a brief spin up tornado will be possible, but that tornado threat's very low. Main threat is by far winds. That bookend vortex not very healthy, so that's great news. Like I said, I expect all these storms, all 3 of these severes, to weaken rapidly in the next hour or so. Your main threat's just going to be heavy rain, 30 to 60 mile an hour winds, and a brief tornado about 10 o'clock. But again, that tornado threat it's low. Jackson, Mississippi. So definitely overnight. Let's see, that's 11, midnight, 1 a.m. So about 2 a.m. your time, 30 to 60 mile an hour winds and a spin up tornado or 2 will be possible. A bit better chance for 60 mile an hour winds and a spin up tornado out there in Jackson, Mississippi, as opposed to like West Tennessee. So you do want to be weather aware. At least the best you can be. You know, have a weather radio turned all the way up, phone all the way up and charged, just in case. Yeah, there's a little air rotation, Woodworth, Louisiana. It's not strong, but it is close to each other. That's 15 miles per hour and about 25. So we'll keep an eye on that. Woodward, Louisiana. That's central Louisiana, just south of Alexandria. Talking about that area right now, actually. So I don't think you'll get anything in central Louisiana, just isolated heavy rain here. We'll watch this storm for a spin-up tornado potential, but it's a very little area of rotation, so just watch it, but probably won't do anything. Paris, Tennessee, no, that's northwest Tennessee again. That's where a lot of our viewers have been from today. So about 10 o'clock, 10 to 11 tonight, line's going to push through 30 to 60 mile-an-hour winds. Very heavy rain and a spin-up tornado will all be possible, but again, that tornado threat is very low. That tornado threat is just somebody in West Tennessee may see a tornado. Yeah, so here's the new HRRR for 9 p.m. Central tonight, and it really shows the main tornado potential back in here, but the good news is it's just completely messy. So very much trended more messy here on the new HRRR, and that's because of all the over convection we're dealing with right now. So that's really, really, really good. Tulsa, yeah. I'm not surprised we got another storm firing back here. Models were actually pretty consistent on that. Yeah, so this could actually be a long-lived area of convection. So we could see 60 mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail, and even a spin-up tornado can't be ruled out back here. Might be a bit surprising to hear, but yeah, this stuff should last a while, all the way until northwest Arkansas. But it's very, very isolated. Very isolated. Only one, maybe two storms will be able to survive. Main threat will definitely be 60 mile-an-hour winds, but again, wouldn't rule out 1-inch hail or a tornado. Hello, Void. Welcome to the stream. Glad to see you back in here. Over convection is where too many storms fire. That's what's been our saving grace today. Too many storms in Louisiana, too many prefrontal storms in Texas. There's too many storms. And then when you have too many storms, that's a bunch of storms competing for the same environment, and they just choke each other out. And so none of them produce tornadoes or anything. I've ran out of water. That's my third bottle of water down. Actually, technically 2 and like a 6th. Because this one that I just finished was already pretty much gone. Pretty much was gone. Central Illinois. Just a lot of heavy rain. And if you're closer to like Mount Vernon, you're going to start getting some lightning. Yeah, there goes those severe thunderstorm warnings. So both the severes in southeast Arkansas were already canceled. Didn't even take an hour. And I think this one will follow thereafter in about 30 minutes. Probably will be allowed to expire. So you are inside a severe thunderstorm warning out here in eastern Arkansas. Very frequent lightning, gusty winds as high as 60 miles per hour will be possible, as well as 1-inch hail. So just make sure you're away from doors and windows, and you should be fine. The main threat is definitely heavy rain, frequent lightning, and those gusty winds. At least streaming gives you a chance to super hydrate. Yeah, tell me about it. But sometimes I forget, so I try my best. So this area, oh look, there's a severe in Tulsa. Wow, Catman. I bet you didn't expect this one. Catman and Brooklyn, both of our mods are inside this severe thunderstorm warning. Out in Oklahoma, discrete supercell, 1.25-inch hail, 60 mile-an-hour winds, and some lightning. Both of our mods are inside of that severe thunderstorm warning. I don't know if Catman is still here, and I haven't seen Brooklyn today. So yeah, this area, northeastern Arkansas, just some heavy rain for about the next hour, and then you're good. That's it. The worst is definitely well past, and also weakened too. And I saw one more. Let's see. Mark. Bowling Green, Missouri. Just some light, isolated, moderate rain for about the next hour or so, and then you're good. Rain has really been a problem out here. I'm surprised we haven't had any flooding issues. No tornado warnings in effect. That storm near Alexandria, there's a little rotation, but that's really broken completely. So I wouldn't be worried about that. That tornado watch was actually allowed to expire. They actually have just canceled it. So Shreveport, Louisiana, the Storm Prediction Center believes that there's a motorcycle outside. Believes that additional storm development is not going to be severe enough to keep that tornado watch in place. So really good news for you guys. Now, maybe some stronger convection down here in Texas. So that's where I would be watching for the heightened tornado potential. I would say the reason why you guys got removed from that tornado watch, two reasons. Over convection, and we have a outflow boundary that is pushing south. That will probably be a focal point for additional convection later tonight. So that's probably where those storms will fire. In about 2 hours, wherever that outflow boundary is in 2 hours, which will probably be somewhere down in here, that's where your storms will probably fire. Can't believe Tulsa is in a severe thunderstorm warning. Are they even in a general thunderstorm risk? That's so far west. Oh, wow. Good on the SPC. Actually inside a general thunderstorm risk. Like, that is really, really far west. There we go. Tulsa storm's been changing direction. It may be going a little bit more south now. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. Main threat is 60 mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail, and a brief tornado. And actually, 1.25-inch hail with that, as well as 60 mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, it's not a bad environment. The question was really if storms were going to fire, and now that they fired, I do think we could see a spin-up tornado out of those storms in eastern Oklahoma. The HRRR, aside from the newest HRRR for some reason, but pretty much all the other HRRRs earlier today, all the other runs, were very frequent and very consistent on a supercell forming right about this time near Tulsa. The new one, the 22Z, backed off on that for some reason. Yep, so just 2 severes left. Both of them are low end, especially that one in Louisiana is very, very low end. Well, okay, my bad. 3 severes. We do got to count the one in Tulsa because that's technically a part of today's risk. So actually 3 severes because we have that one random one in Tulsa. But with the main line, only 2 remain. Becoming a chaser, you need to have a lot of experience. I definitely recommend learning a lot about meteorology before you do that. And the best way to do that is by definitely checking out Convective Chronicles on YouTube. He has a playlist and so many videos that can help you learn the basics of meteorology, soundings, and everything like that. And actually, he and others have started up a training course that costs, it's monthly, but it's worth it. I forgot, like storm chasing coaching. It's something like that. I forgot exactly what it was, but they've started up a training thing on that to help you be a better chaser and get into chasing. Now, if you want to become a meteorologist, yeah, that's a different story. That's a lot harder. A meteorologist, there's a lot of math that honestly you don't use that often. But yeah, they'll give you a lot of math if you go into meteorology into like a university. Let me see here. So yeah, it depends exactly what you're wanting to go in for. If you're wanting to become a degreed meteorologist or if you're just an enthusiast like I am. Math? What about job, Caleb? What about a job? But yeah, if y'all haven't already subscribed, make sure you hit that subscribe button. It's really, really appreciated. I appreciate all over 130 of y'all for subscribing today. I really, really appreciate it. Censor it. No. Yeah, the next content though, I don't think I'll have anything tomorrow and I don't think I'll have anything Monday. So if I do anything, it might be sometime Tuesday. And even then I know I'm busy Tuesday night. So I'll just keep you all updated in the community posts. Has Radar Omega been updated? Yeah, it's been updated. Made it worse, but it's been updated. They made the UI worse, but I mean that was about 2 months ago at this point when they updated it. So yeah, but we have over 300 people watching. I do have stuff to do tonight. I'm not going to end just yet, but I do want to encourage you that if you do like the content you see on this live stream, we do it frequently. We have we do videos. We even do sometimes we do discussions with our videos in the form of post analysis events. So we'll do like case studies and stuff like that. We do winter forecasts is already out. Seasonal forecasts we've done. So if you like anything like that, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. It's really appreciated. We did just lose our severe thunderstorm watch, so it looks like the only thing that's going to remain tonight is the 2 tornado watches in effect here. The slightly longer one across Louisiana, and then the shorter one across Arkansas. If need be, there could be another tornado watch tonight in Mississippi and eastern Louisiana, but it seems like that is really the most of our severe weather for today is finished. And then we do have the nocturnal event though that we need to watch out for, but that's in the middle of the night that I will be asleep for. There's a new severe thunderstorm watch. So big severe thunderstorm watch probably just got issued here. Oh, well, there's a small one, but I have a feeling it's got a little bit more room to that than what it's showing here on WeatherWise. Unless they just issued a very tiny severe watch, that would be pretty funny. It'd be pretty funny because we've been waiting this whole time for a huge severe watch all the way from Illinois down to Tennessee, and they just issue this tiny little thing. That'd be that would be unexpected. Let's see here. National Weather Service. Where is it? Severe watch. But nope, it's this tiny little thing. Wow. So there's your new severe watch. A tiniest little severe thunderstorm watch. 70-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail, and a brief tornado or 2 possible. So just really, I don't even think that was needed. I don't even think that was needed because like I told you guys earlier, the whole line's weakened and this is probably going to be out of here. 16 minutes. This is probably going to be sub-severe. We could get another severe warning or 2 out of this, but really, I don't think that was necessary to issue a whole entire severe watch for one portion of the line. There was no watch in Illinois. Did I say Illinois? I don't think I said Illinois, but there was a tornado you missed, Caleb. I'm surprised you didn't chase it. You did miss a tornado. It was to the northwest of you. Pretty well northwest of you. But yep, we're gonna give this a little bit longer here before we end. Let's see. Where? Illinois. Yeah, that's going to be a very long severe watch. We won't be live for that. But we were live for an entire severe thunderstorm watch, so I didn't expect to be live for over 5.5 hours today. Hey, there's Catman! There he is. I was just talking about you because you and Brooklyn are in that severe back in Tulsa. It should still be day out there, so Mesonosis shows the environment is improving, probably only over either eastern Texas or central Louisiana. I doubt elsewhere. Yep, right on that boundary. Right on that boundary. Yeah, so this outflow boundary is going to go into a pretty potent environment and likely fire a couple of severe storms capable of all hazards, including a strong tornado being possible. The number one limiting factor is 0 to 1 kilometer SRH. However, with the lower level jet coming in, that is already getting substantially better. So definitely be hyper weather aware. If you are in this area, want to be weather aware for at least the next 3 hours, as we'll probably see a few severe warnings, 60, 70 mile an hour winds, 1 to 2 inch hail, and a few tornadoes, possibly even a strong one will be possible. The good news is it should be more of a messy mode, so really only embedded, I'd say embedded tornadoes will be the biggest issue. And that's going to be coming from this convection back here. These storms back here, that's what's going to be helping. Those are going to be your storms that fire. Really start to fire up and potentially produce severe weather, potentially even tornadoes. Probably these. I'd say these. Yeah. These guys right here are going to be the ones to push southeast and try and produce severe weather, including tornadoes. Bowling Green, Kentucky, what time for storms? So you're looking at pretty late, probably about 2 a.m. Probably about 2 a.m. But yeah, I'm not going to be here on, I'm not going to be here much longer, so if y'all haven't already, go ahead and, if you have any more questions, ask away. I'll try and answer them to the best of my ability. And again, if you haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button with the notification bell set to all. It's really, really appreciated. Let me see here. Gracious Day, yeah, we're not beating that record. Okay. Trying to see the record we had in one day. Yeah, we got like 230 subscribers in one day. We are not beating that today. Man, this year's been insane for the channel's growth. This has been wild. We started the year at about 7,000 subscribers, and we're going to finish the year at probably 11,000. That is insane. Yep, there is something going on near Tulsa. There's some hail, 1 to 1.25 inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds. So, yeah, just make sure you are indoors, away from doors and windows. You'll be fine. Oh man, I forgot about that. Let's see. So we're just gonna be watching these few storms here real quick for the little time I'm gonna stay live. Yeah, these severes are pretty much done. This one doesn't look the worst, so I see why they're keeping that severe for a bit longer. It's favorable for 60-mile-an-hour winds, Southwest PA tomorrow. I can feel my throat starting to be not so happy. Probably about 4 o'clock. Stupid sickness better not be coming back, man. I don't know how I was able to do this long of a stream. No, I'm gonna spend time with my family tonight. I only told them I was gonna do a 2-hour live stream, 3 at max, and we're pushing 6 hours. So, yeah, they have plans tonight, and I'm gonna join them. I'm still sick. I got sick. When did I do a video? Let's see. Today is Saturday. I did a video Thursday. I got sick Tuesday night. Tuesday night, it started hitting me. I was sick Tuesday night, Wednesday, Thursday. Wednesday was really bad. And then Thursday morning, I put up a quick community post. It was only up for about 15 minutes. I put up a community post saying I wouldn't be able to do a video. And then I felt a bit better, so I did a video Thursday afternoon. And then it came back a bit Thursday night. Pretty rough yesterday morning, and then was better. And then today it's been better too. So hopefully when I wake up tomorrow, I'll have no issues with being sick. That's the hope. Tyler, Texas. Let's see. Nope, you're good. Storm's already passed you. I mean, normally I would come back to stream a PDS warning, which I don't think we're going to get any PDS warnings tonight, but it is 2025, so the highest chance for that would be definitely in East Texas in these few counties under the tornado watch from that pretty potent environment tonight. But yeah, I'll either be spending time with family or it might be so late to the point where I'm asleep. It hasn't been that bad. It's been a runny nose and a scratchy throat. It wasn't anything bad. It wasn't anything like COVID. COVID put me down, man. COVID knocked me out for about like 2 weeks, literally. And I've had COVID like literally four times. It's either 4 or 5. I've had it a lot. I have been unlucky. So, this wasn't no COVID. This was just maybe, it could have just been something like a cold, honestly, because it was pretty mild. I'd consider it mild. Yeah, if there's a PDS warning, I come back very often to stream. But yeah, the later it gets, the less chance I have to do that, because the later it gets, the higher chance I'm going to be off of my PC and busy or asleep. Tyler was removed from the tornado watch, actually. So you were in a tornado watch about 20 minutes ago, and you could see they dropped it. So Tyler, Texas, Glimmer, Longview, Marshall, Jefferson, Queen City, Texas, all got dropped from that watch, including Shreveport. Well, I'll be. They didn't cancel that whole watch, did they? Did you see that? I thought they canceled that whole watch. I was like, gracious day. Let's see if they cancel that. Split second, thought that whole watch got canceled. I'm like, well, I'll be. Gracious day. That was not a good decision. Not with the environment tonight across East Texas. Bloomington, Indiana. rain right now. Heavier storms will be later tonight. Yeah, the worst storms will definitely be closer to about 11 p.m. But all right, we are almost done with coverage today. There is another severe now in southeastern, or possible too, in southeastern Missouri. So, yeah, we're probably going to get a tornado or two, maybe even a strong one in eastern Texas tonight. There's still a chance for a couple tornadoes, including 60 to 70 mile an hour winds across northeast Louisiana, southeast Arkansas, into Mississippi. Isolated 50 to 60 mile an hour winds across southwest Tennessee, northwest Mississippi, eastern Arkansas. Brief tornado and widespread 30 to 60 mile an hour winds possible with this line as it pushes to the east. That's really what's going to happen tonight. The highest chance for severe weather is definitely going to be focused across this area in here. Let's see. I can show it. Catman. You caught me at the perfect timing because I already had it up. So this is from Catman, our mod. Sent me it in Twitter DMs. Ooh, little zoomed in there. There you go. Storm. That's what it looks like in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Yeah, St. Louis is good. Just some leftover rain. Leftover rain for the next hour or so. Pretty good base on that too, Catman. Was there a big fluffy cloud on top of it, or was it rain wrapped? Yeah, most of Missouri's good. Still keep an eye out for 40, 50 mile an hour winds and a brief tornado in far southeast Missouri. But yeah, if y'all haven't already, again, make sure you hit that subscribe button. We're at now over 10,900 subscribers. I hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your night. That's going to be it for this coverage. I really, really appreciate it. I'm going to go spend the rest of my night with my family, and I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. I'll catch you in whatever live stream or video that I'm doing next. I hate to end with this many people, but we've been live long enough, so appreciate it. If you haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button with the notification bell set to all. Really appreciate it. And thank you, mods, for modding chat. Hopefully you all enjoyed this coverage, and take care of yourself. Stay safe. Watch for your weather. Goodbye. Stay safe, watch severe weather, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Have a great rest of your night. Good.